it has been with us for 8 years. However, the options it offers are not as substantial as they were before. Like personal reserves may give you the same bonuses, sometimes even better, so its uniqueness is questionable. As a matter of fact, our game is constantly evolving, but we cannot say the premium account is keeping up. We are planning to create 2 types of the premium account next year. To be more precise, we want to improve the current implementation and create an additional level of premium. Each of these types will have its own advantages, but neither of them will directly influence the battles. The current premium will be better. It will have additional functions, for example, managing the double XP multiplier, additional progression bonuses, and special missions. The main thing is the cost of this premium account type will not change. We will update you on the new premium account type when we draw closer to the estimated release. But believe me, it's gonna be really fun. We'll gradually implement the new types during the next year. We think the new structure will make the premium account more interesting and comfortable for you. So stay tuned for updates. So, as I said before, something interesting. Are you ready? Take a look at the screen.
Welcome back, guys. Well, you saw some pretty big announcements there about premium account, about the way the shells will work, some vehicles, and some stuff I saw on this screen now is really interesting. But by the way, that kid in the audience, best painting ever, man. Like, best ever. Anyways, you saw the announcements, and I believe now our guys in studio will have something to say about it.
Hey, yes, here we are.
There you are.
Bit of a technical problem. Never mind, let's roll with it. Yes, what did you think about these announcements? We did hint it a bit during the interview with Artyom right here in the studio, but now he kind of dropped the bombs. What do you think about it?
I think you're maybe intimidating because your boss is like a way better person here.
Yeah, I mean, give him a public and watch him go.
Yeah, so really big changes being announced for 2019. I think what everybody was waiting for, especially German players like me, E100 and Leopard 1 are gonna get buffed. That's a thing that I've been waiting for ages, so I'm really eager to see that happening and the way that's gonna be implemented. And also we got further details on how the premium tank or the premium ammo rebalance will take place. So not really that specific info yet, but it should be lower damage, so you kind of have to choose your ammo type more carefully, and also the price will be adjusted. So I guess calling it premium ammo at this point would be a bit too much.
It is kind of an outdated term at this point.
What did they use? Special ammo, I think?
Yes, let's call it special ammo from now on.
So this is definitely gonna help, especially heavy tanks, to bring back their heavy brawling role once again in this game. And armor is actually gonna be worth something again. So really big changes there. I'm looking forward to that. And in the end trailer, before the end trailer, we saw 3D styles. I'm all in for customization options, dude. That's really what I want. Simona, do you like that as well?
Get a tank, make it look cool. I mean, I'm Italian, you know, design and style is...
We saw already the first styles there. IS-7, Guerrilla, T-57, for example. Yeah, those additional elements on the tank, I think you can really pimp your tank, add your personal character to it. What did you put on your tank? Be honest.
I take a puncture and I make it pink.
All right, yeah. So you would always recognize their in-game. But yeah, some really big changes here being announced. So we are really looking forward for something, happening there in the future in 2019. So another really big thing here, which obviously was a very big, or a lot of people were complaining about it. Big part of the player base is the matchmaker. So everybody should be happy. We can expect a rework of that too. We don't really exactly know how that is going to happen yet, but there are changes coming, and I think at this point you can only make it better. So very thrilled to see that and see how that's going to work out.
In any case, if you want to know more in detail about whatever we've explained to you in the presentation for World of Tanks, you can visit our portal to read more of the more information about the revelations for this Wargaming Fest. You check on the portal; it's going to be live very soon, if not at this moment. So don't you worry if you missed some pieces of the presentation or audio stream or something was unclear. Don't worry, there's going to be more info about it.
Yeah, and another part that I really need to mention at this point, it's our everybody's favorite game mode is gonna be back in 2019. I can't wait. We're gonna get frontline mode again, and this week, monthly for a week. So I think this is a really cool change. I really enjoyed the game mode, and I think everybody of you did as well. They're gonna slightly change it, make it a permanent event so you can sort of grind up through ranks and earn rewards during the time. But I think that's a really cool change, and Wargaming is definitely going into the right direction with that.
Absolutely. Frontline is like the absolute best mode. I think I had not played World of Tanks for a few months, and then I managed to get hold of Frontline. And I was told, people were telling me about it. Like, I thought it was the big battles, you know, the 30 versus 30. I wasn't so interested. And then I actually logged in and said, okay, let's give it a try. Let's see what the hullabaloo is about. And since then, I've been playing World of Tanks constantly.
So you played it a lot, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And when they came off, I kind of stopped playing for a week, saying like, it's not the same without this. It's kind of, it felt like what World of Tanks is always should have been in my like and it tickled me so well that like this feels like a giant battle with tanks. The distances were so long that even the long range tanks struggled.
Exactly.
I was like, this is, I mean, I got a bit tired of the one map, the one goal and stuff, but the fact it was such a big thing, and if you mess up you can respawn in the same battle and you kind of grind and you got to pick. It just felt like this is the complete World of Tanks.
I feel you, Luke. Yeah.
Sorry.
Also, from your play style, as you told me, Luke, that's the kind of play that
you got it.
The kind of gameplay
Bigger
that you would
map,
love.
yeah.
And you're a brawler, aren't you?
Absolutely, and you can change as well. You can start off as a scout. Okay, I'm gonna go for a scout. I'm gonna go for the quick cap. I'm gonna try and put pressure on especially the left cap. If you're attacking, left cap, take the smallest tank, just hide there, get it in the first 10 seconds, and the enemy can't do anything.
Yeah.
And then you go out and you do some scouting, you do some aggressive scouting, but you accidentally die. Then you switch your IS3 and keep driving.
The really nice thing about this mode and about this huge map is that you can use every tank's advantage like to its strength. You know, it's so many opportunities. It's so huge.
Yeah.
And also the entire element of team play also is really strong there, which we sort of probably don't have that much anymore in the random games. But also,
you're right.
What also adds to it is that it's not only tanks. Like you have to capture or destroy the main objective, which brings like a whole nother level to this.
The amount of times I won
experience.
as the attacker just simply because I managed to break through the line.
Yeah.
Me, maybe one other tank, and I get behind one or two of the objectives. I deliberately go to the opposite side, destroy that one, so have the enemy respawn and drive that way, and then we push through another line, and it's just like that's absolutely amazing.
Sorry to interrupt you. We need to put to the ceremony on screen.
1 год, 6 лет в танках, личный рекорд 12100. Кристиан Хорнбай, 21 год, больше 5 лет в танках, личный рекорд 9789. Оуэн Берри, 22 года.
Well, you're going to see the whole lineup come out here. Bane's playing on the right-hand side of the map. Carry very, very well known. You'll see a lot of very familiar faces here if you're familiar with the EU scene. Deha there as well, one of the top damage dealers in the European region. A lot of streamers in this team, a lot of personalities, and a lot of skill.
24 года.
Elian there as well, a very well-known member of the EU community from the former team Ding.
Elian played in a couple of teams, man, like...
Well, most recently Ding.
Lemmington and so on.
We can mention that one there. A bit close to my heart as well, Failware.
Mr. Radio Voice himself.
Member. Exactly. And one thing you will notice that is very common among all these players, one of the new players there, Fairley as well. We'll have to keep a close eye on him, see how he does. One thing you will notice
is the youngest player here, 17 years old.
That's it. Insane there, the former Oops captain as well, another big huge name, and you're going to see that name after name after name. If you're familiar, you know them, you see them all. Jergo there as well, one of the newer players in the team, let's say, but you're going to see a lot of WGL players. Why is that much?
Oh, there is a Kaizo now coming out, man, like man from Hungary himself. Gohard, teammate from yours.
Yeah, I'm fairly familiar with them, but why do you think we see so many WGL players? Like Camille, for example.
Because, bro, skills to pay the bills. Definitely, they have the hours, they have the fingers, and they know how to do it. It must fit. And that's
here we have Jostra, everyone was waiting.
The fabled unicorn of the European server. Never to be seen before. Behold the sight. He actually appeared.
And one of the top light tank players there as well, Papa Powian, playing in Utopia most recently. Watch out for him and his light.
One of the best light players ever. Period.
Shockish as well, the captain of Ding. These guys played against Tornado last year at Wargaming Fest, so obviously...
They played them twice last year, man, and they lost both times, so there is a lot for Shockish to prove here.
Stefan as well there, most recently in Gohard.
My only currently still playing teammate, former teammate here, on any tournament.
Silence there played with Insane and Oops, and every single name, top guys. Walla again, another
Big boy Walla.
Big boy Walla coming out there, the commander of the clan that the Fame team is coming from, which is Roids. And you can see here Zaf, the tactician.
The only Russian in the team.
The only Russian in the team. The tactician here. He played again with Ding against Tornado. So a lot of experience here from all of these guys. So you can see all 15 plus 3 subs, so 18 total for each team, guys. That's
there is actually 20 of them here because Mylan and Nile are here. They're totally not biased, but never mind that. Tornado is coming now, near you, the biggest superstar, I would say.
Yeah, the face of Tornado, if you want to say it like that. Mikhailov as well, well-known WGL player on the Russian cluster. You're again going to see very similar to the Fame team, big names, big faces on these guys. Diodor, one of the oldest, most experienced WGL players.
This is a player who played from 2011, from New Start, Unity, and all of those on Grand Final 1 onward, man.
I don't recognize Aggressive Sorrow personally or Costo, but I'm sure these guys are obviously top on their region as well, because you don't get into Tornado energy for being a mediocre
is the new guy. He didn't even play on previous tournaments with them, so we're gonna see. BioB played on the previous one with the Fame, so he was one of the players there who actually beat Royd, aka Fame.
Yes,
Server, the core of the Tornado.
The core of Tornado's damage
one of the best players ever, man.
Yeah, one of the top players. I actually played with him in Gohard as well for a short period. I can confirm exactly how good he was. Random Mill coming out as well. And you can see, you know, just got to keep saying it, keep saying it. Big names, big names.
Also former goalie player.
Yeah, from Unique. He was here last year at the final battle in Moscow just before Wargaming Fest. Loads of LAN experience. I think, in my opinion, Fame has the advantage on LAN experience. Hopefully that will translate into some of the results that we're looking to see out here. Obviously, we're cheering for York.
Well, I can tell you, we are facing here at least 12 guys who used to play on the last battle against Fame.
Yeah, Monty here, one of the huge WGL players from Russia.
Monty actually played for Korm on that tournament, which is also one of the biggest Russian clans. And also, beside that, he was in NSS, of course.
Yeah, you see a lot of guys actually. Previously, we had 15v15. Oh, Nesqui.
Nesqui, the brain and the heart of the team. The brain and the heart.
Yeah,
Super
the Tornado
guy.
team playing a lot more on their individual skills and working together, but obviously, everyone needs leaders. Nuclear could be one of those
legend
leaders.
Nuclear, who played on European server also, one of our favorites, best light player at that time, P54 light, memorable.
And here we have one of the top players for damage dealing in Ding, Positive.
And there it is, Chillax face. a positive guy, always positive, no matter what happens. Look at his attitude. The guy who carried a couple of his teams on his shoulders alone in some battles.
Yeah, against Kazna, I remember the match very well. And we can see the stage is still absolutely on fire right now. There's been dancers, there's been concerts, we've got the teams up. They're going to be getting ready, and here is the tournament that they're playing for.
There we go. This reminds us some good old times from VGL, man.
So you can see the massive monster of a trophy that one of these teams is looking to take home here today. 15v15 live from Moscow, Wargaming Fest. We've been here all day. The place has been electric, and it's about to step it up to 11.
My bottles on the table are jumping again on the road.
Our bottles are literally bouncing off the table right now. The audio is huge, and you can see the stage here is lifted. It's revealing the teams. 15 guys ready to play. A row of 8 and a row of 7.
30, man. 15 on 15.
Yeah. 30 guys here on stage. We've never seen that before in World of Tanks. This is a completely new level for a LAN tournament. We've had, you know, oh, we can hear ourselves again. The audio has finally gone down.
My brain actually doesn't bounce back anymore. Me gusta, me gusta.
So Stefan, Jostra, Insane, as you can see from right to left. Core, I mean, come on, you can talk all day about these guys being core players. Every single one of them huge damage dealers, huge team players, huge brains to put together the tactics.
Well, from all of these guys, we know that there is very few of them who actually don't have LAN experience. That would be Philly, who is young and he joined recently. And Jostra, who actually qualified for the Gold League. He qualified with the original Fame team.
But he didn't play.
He didn't play today.
He didn't play, and no LAN experience obviously coming out of that. And I think the only other person playing without LAN experience, it'd be Jurgo and Banter on the bench, but I can't think of the last person who wouldn't. Silence is on the bench, but anyway, LAN experience is obviously a huge thing when you come to a massive big stage like this. The crowd is going to grow, obviously, once the match begins. You can see the training room is up,
only
the
Alpha.
teams are preparing.
Alpha doesn't have
Alpha, that's true, actually. He was at LANs, but he didn't play. He didn't play. He was here, actually, last year.
But we
at
believe
the
in
final
him.
battle. We believe. I mean, well, once you've got WGL experience, the LAN is kind of the cherry on top to pull it all together, but that WGL experience is obviously very, very important.
So let's pull up. How many teams do we have at the moment in the Fame team? So let's just remember, they are in a Roids clan, but the team is called Fame in respect of the old times and where you came from and everything else.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you go through all the old WGL teams that are in the Fame team, I mean, you've got Gohard, Ding, Kazna, Oops, Utopia, Savage Squad, if you want to throw them in as well.
Yeah, why not? They were in a gold lead and Alpha was there. They do have their rightful representative.
You've almost got 1 or 2 players kind of from all of the top WGL teams that you may be familiar with. The only ones, yeah, I mean, you've got loads of Polish players in the lineup. I think it's 5. You've got 2 Germans, 2 French players, representatives from all around Europe.
Well, we are from European stream, so we are going to be heavily biased and talk more about our guys because they're of our interest, of course.
Well, yeah, you guys at home need to be shouting for these guys. Show them your support in the chat on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you happen to be watching. They need it. They're here alone in Moscow with a couple of guys cheering them on, but you guys gotta, you know, show them all of your support.
It's now or never, man. The format changed from 7 to 7 to 15 to 15. Tornado was absolutely superior in every possible way in 7-on-7, unbeatable by anyone, and not even coming close. Like, no one took more than 2 rounds from them in finals.
Yeah, as we saw last year.
2 years.
Yeah,
like, last year was a massacre to everyone who they met.
It was a 7-2, and I don't feel like it was quite a 7-2, but it was still a very decisive.
Still, when you look at it, it's like that. And they were beating either Ding in finals or Navi on the way, so it really didn't matter. We are talking about giants. They were just knocking down like it's nothing. And we're talking about specific playstyle also, not very based on tactics, by kind of animal sense of the game, man.
Yeah, I remember the kind of key phrase I think I used at the final battle last year when talking about Tornado after we saw them begin to play against Ding on Wargaming Fest was unbeatable. That was the word.
Yes.
I said myself, unbeatable. You could not take that trophy away from them. If you played a little bit better, they played twice as good. And that was the way they kept it up the entire tournament.
And these guys here actually have exclusive change now because the format changed from 7 to 7 to 15 on 15, something the European server is really versed with. A lot of our guys are playing Clan Wars, Advances and so on, so they have stacked up that experience over all of this time. And let's face it, since we had that VGL, there was a big gap. We just had a couple of tournaments, so it's really hard to stay in shape all the time and to keep the higher form.
And do you think it's an advantage now with the 15v15 format as opposed to 7v7?
That's my firm belief, actually. I really believe they have the biggest chance now, and I'm actually not just routing. I really think this will happen and that Europe will come out victorious.
Well,
Prima victorious, man.
We can certainly hope so, and of course after the tournament you're going to be able to watch Sabaton live here, but that's neither here and now. We're all about the match. I actually agree completely with you that 15v15 is the best chance that we've had to topple the Russians. There's been previous matches in the past in 15v15 versus Korm, but not versus Tornado. That's a totally different beast.
Yeah, I mean, Tornado even wiped out the floor with Korm last time when Fame won over the last clan scuffle. And that's where Fame was actually supposed to qualify here. There was a show match between Europe and CIS again, where Nomi played together with Fame against Korm and Tornado, and they both lost in semifinals, and it was a Russian final again.
Yeah.
So it was not nice. It was not nice. I was very unhappy with that.
But the Fame lineup we see here is very similar to the Fame team that won that tournament. You know, they haven't made too many changes. Most of the core base of the players is still there, and they've kind of stuck together through all of the 15v15 matches.
11 players or 15
11.
played.
Like, that's pretty high when you talk about that. You know, in terms of a ratio. Usually in a WGL team, you'd see 2 or 3 drop out. It's about in line with that what you'd see between seasons. So perfectly normal, perfectly stable, which is important in a team that you have experience playing together. And
But
these guys know each
Positive.
other for years.
Positive, who's playing in Tornado, man, he's switching all the teams around all the time. Like, Jesus, man, like he played for like Russian teams, then for Ding, then when he played 15 on 15, he played with you guys in Fame, then he switched in Tornado and so on. Like, he's just everywhere.
Yeah, but that also gives you a bit more experience as well, that you find out more ways to play than just in your own team, and that's very important because it allows
also
you
gives
to
you a lot
predict
of knowledge about the guys on the other side that you have no fear of them whatsoever.
and how they're thinking and how they might prepare about something, because it's very important to think about how your opponent is preparing. You know, just speaking with the Roids guys, obviously they've prepared as hard as they can, and they're drawing on all of their experience from guys like Safar, from guys like Shokish who've played against Tornado in the past. So if I believe there's a small technical difficulty at the moment, so we're gonna just check in with the guys in the studio and just see what they think.
Hey, back again to the studio. It's us again?
Yeah, it's us again. Just the two of us.
Is it? Do we have a random Luke coming out like last time? No, we do not.
I guess Luke is busy at this point, but I can only, further comment on what Niall and Mojo already said. So this is obviously the first big tournament in 15 versus 15, where we're gonna have a huge clash of the Titans. I mean, obviously, I think I don't have to ask you, but who are you cheering for?
To what, sorry?
Who are you cheering for? I guess it's kind of obvious at this point. Okay, sorry, I will not ask. Okay, so we got the Roids team here with their full lineup, with full strength here. Mojo and I have mentioned it countless times. This team, I consider it at the moment unbeatable. Maybe the Russians can prove me wrong today, but I don't think so. Luke, any different thoughts on that?
I just say how confident you sounded there. Like, they are undefeatable. That's a very... they're so strong, they have a good chance they're undefeatable. That's like not a single map, not a single battle. They're not going to drop anything.
Well, look, I've played with most of the guys, or I played against most of the guys, and I can just confirm the team is in a pretty good shape.
Unbeatable confirmed.
The team synergy, which is very important, it is there. The guys have been together for the last couple of days. So.
But it's LAN. They flew in here, so they have jet lag. Maybe they have a little bit of
they have time
travel. They didn't mess around at previous LANs. They've not gone to bed early enough and stuff like that.
Probably, I think. Today they will have enough sleep, I guess, or at least I hope so. But they've been together for the last couple of days, so they are...
Sleep is for the weak. Sleep is for the weak.
So it's going really well in between the guys.
Okay.
And I think the way they prepared before also is very promising.
What's the secret sauce? What's bringing them together? Who, maybe, it is?
Well, I guess the thing is that esports was kind of going downhill in World of Tanks.
Right.
And now it's sort of getting revived. So everybody is, not getting emotional, but getting motivated to sort of start all over again, and it's really nice actually. My heart was sort of melting there when I saw the guys joining the stage together again. So everybody now is euphorious and tries to give their best to revive the scene. And also,
this wasn't the case before?
Well, not really, because it only went downhill from a certain point on in eSport and World of Tanks, and obviously everybody realized that, and we knew that. So there was nothing really to win, I guess. And now there is this big upwind again, that everybody is trying to use, I guess.
That's fair enough. The motivation is important.
Yeah.
The game mode shift, is that increase? Is that like a really big improvement? Like they've gone like, okay, yeah, we got the game modes changed from 7 to normal random battles. This is an improvement, right?
Well, sort of both improvement and not an improvement. But I guess the players have to adapt a lot, because obviously on 7v7 the management, there's only 7 guys talking, not 15 at the same time. So the micromanagement is really hard, and this is what many battles depend on. So you have to really get your comms right, because this is a key factor to have good communication and to have good strategy in the game.
One thing I want to throw to the audience is that we had this thing the entire time we were doing 7v7 was that, oh, it's not the gameplay that we know. It's not 15 versus 15. Has this actually related? The guys out there, anyone who's been watching the clan tournament, is 15-15 making more sense to you? Now you see 15-15, you're like, yeah, this is the game I know. Well, is that really the deal breaker? Because I want to know if that's true. What's the fact that they were playing at different games?
Well, if you ask me, I think the random player, so to say, I guess can identify with this mode way better, because everybody obviously knows the maps, they know the positions, you know, they've been there themselves, they have been in that situation, and I think that helps a lot with growing that format.
I'm not sure I've ever seen 7 of my teammates alpha strike a single guy and like knock him out in the opening seconds of the game, and that very rarely happens. Normally when a guy suicides through the middle, you know.
To be fair, I suppose that they can identify with the situation, because you play those battles and you know you think you can get better, and you see them as the ultimate you in the situation. So I think that they are ready, so we should throw it back to the casters. There's something going on, I've been told. Are we gonna see something?
Mojo, are you there, buddy?
Hello, I am, and so is this giant next to me, Niall.
We wouldn't go anywhere for this match, so if there's anywhere you can expect us to be, it's going to be right here.
If I was anywhere, I would teleport here, pretty much.
Exactly, you couldn't, we're glued into the place. We've dropped all the big load of glue into our shoes right now. We're not going anywhere. We have a great view of the stage behind us. We have a great view on the monitor.
People are taking photos of us here.
Yeah, we just took a photo with a few fans, I guess. And we are so ready here for the match that we hope to be getting on very shortly. Tornado versus Fame. Predictions. We have to go into some predictions before we see anything. You know, we have the maps, we can go through it in a little bit, but predictions.
Well, first of all, everyone should know it's best of 9. What does best of 9 mean? You get 5 wins, you win. So that's it. So the guys had a certain map pool, they were banning maps and so on, and never mind, but from what we've seen the Tornado is trying to force the fast maps where you don't require much tactics, which really suits their playstyle. So they're trying to avoid any kind of brainiac activities, which are Insane's domain. They want to go in the pure
Not just Insane, you've got a lot of brainy guys in that, and it seems like we're going into the first map. The first map is going to be Prokhorovka, Europe versus Russia, here live from Wargaming Fest in Moscow. This is the tournament we've all been waiting for.
All right, we have Fame here attacking first and Tornado defending on Prokhorovka. So you can see Fame from the lower side of the map and Tornado from upper. We have 1 RT plate Zvazafar, that's nothing new, we've seen it done plenty times so far, and Kamil and Papa Pavian, really trusted duo with light tanks there, STRVs by Philly and Shockish. And from the other side, I think, the colors are mixed up, guys, so that's gonna be fixed. Don't worry about that.
But we need to keep an eye right now
Watch the names.
What
Watch
Tornado is doing. You can see all of their 907s in the riverbed on the east. Obviously, they want to go for a huge engagement here. They have only this T100 that we can see on the one line. And in the meantime, Fame is going for a bit more of a split defense. If 907s in the corner, they've Weezy's in the mid, supported by a few mediums, 1 or 2 guys on the hill, but Tornado is taking the initiative on their defense right now. They're heading towards the hill with the 907.
So good, man, like if Fame keeps up doing this, because on the map, guys, they're actually purple. Yellow is for Tornado. Fame actually has the control from 1 to 6 line, and Tornado is stuck on the other side. If Fame actually can exploit it, because this is really heavy commitment by Tornado, they can actually cut off entire side where the cap is from them.
Yeah, right now, if there's a spot going out on these guys going up the hill, it's going to be really bad for Tornado, but if they can push it without a spot, it actually gives them a lot of map control. Fame needs to watch out right now. They're currently getting outplayed unless they spot this out. Where's the information from Fame?
Yeah,
Where's
Papa.
their light tank? Papa, Barry spots them out. He's going to go down really quickly as Tornado is focus firing. We've got guys shooting in from the center of the map. Huge big crossfire right now. This is absolutely crucial.
Oh man, Barry is taking so much damage and he's deleted. Papa Pavian was chased away in his light because of the damage he took, so they didn't see this coming. Phil is dropping down with STRV so he will get some support from the middle, but I believe that will be a lost cause. Actually, what Fame needs to do is counter push the center, and they're doing exactly that.
Right now we can see the zero line being pushed out completely by Tornado, but in the meantime, Fame has reacted on the middle. Their Wheezies have pushed over with their IS-7, the 907, and they're eliminating the Tornado tanks that were holding the center. But Tornado didn't really have many tanks there, and in the meantime, Fame has lost their zero line completely. HP advantage on Tornado right now. They're gaining their map control. They're coming away from the hill. They're going to meet Fame on the rails.
Oh, this was so simple, man, for them. Like, they're doing it brutally. They just chased away light, and now they're massacring Fame, who actually didn't have much time to actually react. Look at this. It's 6,000 and counting. This is not going well for our guys.
First round here going very in the way of Tornado right now as they've swept over the hill. They have the control on the north with the STRV. You can see the lights here popping out on the one line, but it's not going to be enough right now for Fame. They are completely outgunned, out HP'd, and outpositioned.
Yes, Stefan and Kamil managing to take light away and save the teammate, but it's not going to be enough at the moment. Tornado actually has more than double HP and same amount of excessive guns here. This round is by far going to Tornado. Do not be fooled by not correct colors and names here. Do not be fooled by that, guys. It's unfortunately vice versa.
In fact, the colors are even a little bit more accurate, as Tornado's colors are always kind of yellow. So I guess that's obviously on purpose. And Fame, you can keep an eye out, will be purple, probably for the whole tournament.
Alpha on his 100% HP. It will not matter now. Maybe a shot of 2 of damage by him more, and that will be it. They will have to go back to the drawing plan and learn something from this, because it was a very simple execution by Tornado, and we may expect a lot of such things now. Chase away at the light tank, cover your progress, surprise 1 or 2 tanks that actually are not expecting you there. And we saw Kerry Berry dying, we saw Feeling falling in his STRV, and then like a chain of dominoes, man, just entire thing collapsing.
Yeah, Tornado playing perfectly on the information available at the time. You know, they kept all these 907s hidden as they went over the zero line. They kept them unspotted, and then as soon as Barry went forward to actually get the spot that would have won them the game if he was 15 seconds earlier, all of a sudden there's a Tornado, you know, swarm coming over him, and he drops instantly. Nobody was in position to support him instantly, and that was just immediately 1, 2 tanks being dropped, and then just pushing down off the hill and wiping out the eastern
This is
side.
what makes them great compared to the other teams. I mean, it looks so simple, you know. The art is to make something that looks so easy and
campier.
silly
Yeah.
to actually make it work. This is not easy. You've seen many teams try to do exactly that, to push that side, to make the force play there. And Faye was beating them rather easy, every time.
Yeah, so the first round there on Prokhorovka going to Tornado, a strong opening right now. Keep in mind, guys, this is only a best of 9, so it's going to be the first of 5 wins. That's not a huge amount of opportunities to make a comeback. You know, it's not a best of 13 or even a 17.
Yeah, this is not the start we wanted.
You can't just be giving away rounds like that. This was a little bit of a round giveaway. We saw some, you know, sketchy play maybe from Fame on the hill with Papa in the light. He got pushed back, he went low HP, and then we saw the result right now.
Barry died, but the problem was actually before, when Papa was massacred in his light and he had to run away on 300 HP. That's where everything started here. But this was an attack side on Prokhorovka, which is by default much harder to do. So now Fame will switch on their defensive side, and we will hopefully see them in another light.
Yeah, one important thing to look out for as well is we could actually see a double RT pick from Tornado on the defensive side. That typically screams that, you know, I want to camp, I don't want to go anywhere.
We've seen multiple gameplays like this.
Yeah, one of the kind of trademarks of the Tornado team is mind games and weird setups.
Yeah, look at how RT was shooting those guys in a corner who were actually supporting the hill and sniping. That's also a reason why you have double RT there, but then they could have even taken 1 GVE for more DPM, to be honest.
Yeah, an important thing to note about that as well is once those heavies are forced to go over the middle, they're not supporting the zero line, they're not supporting anyone on the hill, and they're forced into a bit of a bad crossfire. You know, you have the light maybe on the 1-2 line just doing shots on the side, so you have to send someone to go deal with him. As we can see, I think Papa relocated across the other side of the map and did so, or Camille it was, and they have the A6 position. Tornado had, you know, only 1 or 2 tanks that they're losing in the middle, and they're expendable vehicles. You know, they had like maybe 1 VZ and a Super Conk, I think it was.
To be honest, this was a fast game, but this is what we hope on such big competitions like this. We do not want to see 10-minute games. And we always were usually served by the likes of Tornado or Dingdong and so on. They always go head on and show us the best of this game they can offer.
Yeah, so obviously that's going to be a bit of a mental blow initially, kind of coming into this tournament for Fame. You know, they're just losing that first round on a LAN. That's always a bit of a tilting kind of factor. You know,
Well, it depends for who. Most of these players are playing a lot of LAN tournaments.
But you need all 15 of them.
Yeah,
not all of them have that
a couple
experience.
of guys will have to. But that's why they have support from their teammates, man. Honestly, let's face it. I was listening to last engagement Fame had against Korm, and there was a stream from one of your players, and your TeamSpeak was in shambles, man. You were playing it also. It was a disaster. It was disastrous, man. Morale was down through the hole. And as far as I heard lately, it's not like that.
No, this is a very professional team compared to what we would have seen on previous 15v15 show matches. And there wasn't actually any opportunities because there was no streams, but from the EU tournaments we saw a couple of weeks ago and a couple of weeks before that, actually the professionalism in the team is much, much higher than you would expect when you get so many different personalities, so many different types of players into one team, mash them all together and just try and create something out of it. I think we've seen a great success, so I think they'll actually hold together very well on that initial loss and maybe come back for it.
Yeah, guys, you really need a good balance in such team. Like, I'm a really perfect example. If I don't have someone to slap me in the back and remind me that we are playing next game, I can spiral down easily. So these guys actually have so many experienced guys who can actually hold a horse and stop it. Like, they will not spiral and just start throwing rounds because they lost one. No, they're gonna think what happened and they're gonna work their way on the next one. And we've seen turnovers in many games. Like, we've seen people can lead in best of 9, like 4-1 and lose, man. Like, Kazan was the perfect example in LAN. Like, that's the way you already think, I don't even have to play the last round. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do, because all of a sudden it starts going south very quickly, and a team like Tornado or a team like Fame is not going to give you those rounds for free. They're going to fight you every step of the way up to a 4-0. They're going to fight you for that last round to make it a 5-1 or something. They're going to take it all the way, and that's very important to note. You know, in clan wars and stuff like this, things that you guys might be a little more familiar with. Obviously, not everyone has played on a big stage like your Wargaming Fest or a grand final. There is no freebies being given out at any point in a game like this, particularly if you've got a whole tournament built around it. And on the lead up to this, we saw EU stomping a little bit on their server, but at the same time, the teams were contesting them. They were not giving them just the opportunity to go to Moscow for free. They fought them every single step of the way. Teams like CSA, teams like GX, teams like Fest.
I'm gonna pull out my little black book now to say something so you guys can understand what is Fame actually facing here. The core of Tornado. Second grand finals when they were known as Hellraiser, first place against Wargaming. Third grand final when they were playing against Navi, second, so Navi beat them tight there.
Yeah.
Very tight. Grand final 4, played against you know who, Ding,
and they took it 7-1
or 2, man.
Yeah, 7-1 or 2. And then most recently, I think it was at the final battle at Wargaming Fest, again a 7-2 victory over Ding.
So yes, it's 7-on-7, but we are talking about a core of players who are used to winning, and they're used to winning it in style, like really head on to the enemy. Enemy expects them, they know that they're coming, they know everything of that, and it doesn't help. It just doesn't help.
Yeah. So first round going.
You know how they lost to Navi? You remember Apple Wow?
Yeah,
he got stuck.
I think I mentioned it earlier.
You guys remember when physics was introduced, and no one knew exactly like where can you get stuck, when can you get boost, and so on. So Apple Wow was on cliff, and he slipped his tank, and his 100% tank was sitting there and watching the air.
Anyone who is very familiar with World of Tanks esports, if you find it on YouTube, look up World of Tanks esports funny moment or something, it'll come up. You'll be able to find it.
Actually, Wargaming after that gave a sticker to that part of the map, and watch out, like apples dropping.
Falling apples. There was a picture of an apple falling off the hill, and you could find it if you boosted up there to the same position he was in. Well, just on that note, we need to remember that was when there was a new patch and there was new physics, obviously a big change.
We have a new patch now.
We have a new patch now. The players are playing on a patch that they're not very familiar with, patch 1.3, I think it is, and the major change for that is Himmelsdorf. What's different on Himmelsdorf?
That's going to be a next map, so we're going to talk there in detail, I would say, but this, mainly the north side.
It's not the same map, is the key thing to say.
Like, there are some technical stuff on that map that will be enveloped there, but there is a lot of change on physics also here, different movements of tanks as far as I understand. which can allow different things, how you can perceive some maps.
Yeah.
So we will see, but I believe our guys are finally ready, and we will kick into the game any moment now.
And the teams are obviously going to swap sides. They play one side from each map in an attack-defense format, 15v15, Europe versus Russia, Tornado versus Fame, here from Moscow at Wargaming Fest. Huge event. You can hear everyone behind us cheering as soon as the kills start falling, let's call it. And so here we have the teams going into Prokhorovka for their second round, Tornado leading with the first. Sort of cinematic opening, I think we chose to give it at that point. So we see the colors are actually correct now. You can see Tornado is yellow.
Everything is where it's supposed to be.
Tornado is yellow.
Fame
is purple. The purple stat patterns versus the Buzzy Bees from Tornado. Well, with again double RT from Tornado.
Double RT from Tornado, same double light couple from Fame, played by Papa Pavian and Kamil. Mercy, Vrednina, and BioB are playing artists for Tornado. I think they played it on last tournament also. Random and Next we are playing light. So Random is actually someone to pay attention to. It's a really big responsibility when you play a light in a team like this.
You need a lot of experience, you need a lot of map knowledge, and you can see he's using that right now in the middle of the map.
Also, all sales, who is not someone who we know, and he's an SRV.
Yeah, and we can see Fame going with a bit of an unconventional setup here with double back going to the hill, supported by the 907s, but it's a little bit more conservative. They have their heavies in the mid, and they have a little bit of control on the one line with the 268 and the STRV, the two lights spotting ahead. That's important to note. They're not using a light in the hill. We can see the spot going out on the hill. This Batchat actually trying to clip out right now. Fauer getting one or two shots off and taking a huge amount of damage, and he's getting deleted immediately by Tornado, who give away no freebies right now. That's a major misplay. Fame is down one tank right from the beginning.
Oh, we've seen something like this happen on European server, but not by Fame, guys, man. Come on, like I really expected Failware, you will be more careful than this. Double light spot in the wood, that's something we've seen also. This is interesting because you can spot no matter how the enemy tries to push the one line. In game like this, Fame actually, although they're defending, needs to close in.
Oh, this could be important right now if this light goes down.
This could be a good exchange, actually. Bad shot for a light, that'd be good. Come on, Blind shoot someone.
No, that was Papa, he couldn't shoot, but nobody made the final connection. And Random gets away on a one shot in his light. We saw in the previous tournaments on EU, that was absolutely game-changing later on. And you can see the light now. I think it's probably Papa or Camille from Fame. You can see it going through the village on the east side of the map. He's going to take up an aggressive spotting position, or he's going to go onto the hill, and he's going to try and protect his team. Right now, Elian moving into the dip, trying to get a little bit more control. But the problem is this position here can actually shoot him all of the time. Quelly and his 907.
Yeah, but also Artie from Fame can then blind shoot him also. There is only one position you can shoot. There we go. There are connections.
Oh, he got spotted.
Look at the Artie already pre-aiming. Maybe there will be initial damage coming.
Nice damage
700 HP
down to
remaining.
700 HP.
And next quiz finish. Next quiz finish. He died on a hill, man.
So that is huge right now. Fame with the complete counterplay.
That's the light was 100% HP, not the one on 100.
That's true, that's true. And the second one, Random, has just gone down. I think he was in the middle or on the 1-2 line. He was only on a one shot, so someone made the final connection on that and knocked him out.
There is a follow-up on a hill coming in now. They're going to pressure on Everyu. Feely can shoot him from the middle, maybe Artie to cover. And there is no position for Tornado actually to counter-push. They have no focus tanks anywhere.
There's a lot of trading right now going over the hill. You can see all the 907s from Fame are taking position, but the problem is they're all spotted. Nice shot there from Feely on near you, who's spotted out. There's nowhere he can hide. He's taken 1300 damage. We're seeing Tornado actually get hit back right now. They've got the two Arties. They're down one tank in the fight from that, but the Arties actually making the difference right now, hitting out Kaiser, taking him out the zero line. Fame is not able to push. They're losing too much HP and they're spotted.
Kaiser fell and Papa Pavian is there more or less on one shot here, but we have two tanks from Tornado on one shot and both of their lights dead. They don't have any batchats, no any fast spotters. All that remains for them at the moment is brute push force. And let us not forget, Tornado is attacking here and they're on a back foot.
Tornado, it's even on HP right now, but not even on positions. Fame has control of the zero line, but they're also getting control of the one line right now, which as we can see, the 268 is pushing up, supported by Alien in the IS-7 and Shockish in the STRV, who's shooting the whole time. That 268 is not going down quick enough. It's Alpha still on full HP. They have some control in the middle. Tornado is actually being pushed back. They can't get rid of this 268. He's going to spot out their 1-2 line, and that's half of their map gone.
This is a huge exchange of HP on damage on entire map here. This is not a focus fight that we can be used to on one position. Everyone has to make their own gameplays. There must be fluid rotations in response to whatever is going on, so you can preserve the guys with lower HP, and Fame is actually doing things extra well, man. This is something that Europe was always lacking is ex-Russians, because Russians always knew how to preserve their HP and do the rotations. Alpha fell, but that was intentional on that one line, because they were trying to spot out what's going on. Now we have a crossfire, and Tornado is still around or below Fame. Let us forget, when Nile was talking in one moment, Tornado was actually 3k HP up. Now they're equal.
What's important as well to notice is that Alpha did not die for no reason on the one line. There was a purpose behind this. You can see the light is on H2, supported by this STRV. He is spotting the 907s the whole time that are in the corner, getting nice control right there. He's actually being pushed back now as Tornado has realized this. They're pushing the 907, but he can run on the other side of the bushes. I think he'll do it safely. This is really good right now.
But he was not even spotted, man. That was a pro play. Like, really, these two guys are playing sick. Camille and Papa are another level when they play lights.
But the control over the one line is shifting back and forth. Joster gone down the 907, but the one line has been lost as Elian has run out of HP. Shockers has had to go back. They've had to move their light back, and Tornado has kind of given themselves a little bit of a buffer right now. But there's a push going over the hill from Fame. Walla and Barry pushing over. Barry's still on full HP, and I think there's one other, Stefan as well, pushing over the 0, trying to knock out the 277 from Tornado, but taking a lot of HP on this.
Diablo, he's on 100 HP on the middle. That would be really good. Aggressive style fell, so there is no real spot now on the guys that are dropping from the hill. Tornado might try to counter push some other side, but I don't think they have HP.
Tornado RTs are being spotted out right now. That's going to prevent them from doing damage on the guys in the mid, which is really important right now. There's a lot of HP being thrown around the middle. Fairly taking a huge amount of damage. 907 dropping down the middle from Tornado, and right now they have no control over the 6 line. They need to push something, but Fame is also running out of HP. They don't have a lot of options. They need to use this STRV in C1 because their 907s are dying on the 6 line.
These are great plays, man. Like, this is super close now. Tornado has 1k HP advantage. It doesn't sound much, but when you're in this stage of the game, that's super crucial. The good thing for Fame going is because they don't have much rotational tanks, actually.
We see an RT show here coming out. I think it's in Zafar in the RT. Oh, that's going to be really nice right now in Nuclear as he goes down to just 500 HP. But what's really important to notice is 1300 HP on Stefan. He is going to be the key player right now on the 7 line for Fame. Where he uses this HP, what he does with it is going to be winning the game for them. And Tornado is desperately trying to get away from him.
But this is the best part.
To the 1-2.
This is the best part. Fame doesn't have to do anything. They have pinned Tornado. They can do distant damage from time to time and just wait for this best ally in the world to help them. Time!
This match is back and forth all the way. We're seeing counter pushes going at every opportunity. The light from Fame is being spotted out on the 2 line, but the STRV is up in a safe position in the bush. That's really important right now. He's shooting this 907 on the 2 line from Tornado, and he goes down. That is Server going down, leaving just the Super Conk Diodor in the middle from Tornado. That is not a lot of control. The RT as well being spotted out the whole time by Stefan in the corner. He's going to go down as soon as the Fame 907 relocates onto the middle, and the STRV as well being used as the RT goes down, and it's just 2 907s from Tornado on the 1-2 line that can actually make any sort of a play right now. This STRV is being
But they don't have the HP because of those are the guys who lost the HP on the start of the game.
And all the HP sitting on Fame's side right now, 4k to 2.3, with control in the middle, control on the 1 line, and control on the 7. This is not going in favor for Tornado at all as they lose their last position. It's only the Super Conk in the middle who's not being supported. 907s are being spotted out, and they're being closed in right now by Fame after a long, drawn-out joust between these two teams.
Man, you have to have nerves for this on both sides, from both Tornado and Fame. Like, you really have to have nerves for this and respond accordingly without any kind of prejudice.
Actually, you can see he's down to just 4 shells, so obviously a key player on the RT shell going in to finish off Diodor from Camille on the K line, as he's going to now rush forward, spot out the last 907 from Tornado, which is Mikhailov on K2, stuck in the corner. He's got no friends anymore as Fame is all rushing to finish him off.
This is what we want from these tournaments. This kind of battles that are as close as it gets, this is what I want to see every possible time.
And that brings us to a 1-1 on Prokhorovka, our first map. We saw 2 absolutely fantastic games right there. The first one going quite decisively towards Tornado, but
yeah, I would say they were by far actually there.
But it could have changed at some points. If they'd been spotted on the 0, it's not such a decisive game.
Coulda. From the start it was
No, but this leads on to my point. where we have the two teams that are actually not so far ahead of each other. You know, Tornado, they won decisively by HP, but a few different situations on that match, and they wouldn't have actually won it so decisively. And then on the same one, we saw a similar sort of situation. A few different things there from Fame. For example, we saw Failware going right at the beginning. That's a huge advantage.
That was a big hitch.
And then at the same time, Tornado makes a huge mistake on the one line, which is their light getting spotted, going down to a one-shot, and then their light on the other side of the map also goes down, and then their light on the other side of the map again also goes down.
I would say that was actually a really good point of Fame setup, how to deal with it, because they would not fall for nothing. Like, these guys actually really know how to play well, and they will not fall for traps for nothing. Failware, I think he peaked too much on that hill, and he needs to be more careful after such play. But those lights didn't die by accident, and this was super close gaze, even though Tornado lost eyes. So all the guys that were after their remaining, playing with two artists with no real spotters, it still took like this. When we watch it at the end, like Fame maybe had 8 or 9 guys alive, with 3000 HP in total.
Yeah, super close.
It's like one mouse, man. It's like one mouse in a game.
A single tank could make up your entire team's worth of HP. You know it's a pretty close game at that point, especially when you have 15 vehicles in the same thing. You know, like that's just... Oh, I can't wait for the next game to start. I don't know about you. I cannot wait for the next game to start.
The next
because it's going to be Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, next map we're going to watch will be Himmelsdorf. It's Fame's pick. Actually, oh, there we go. This is how Failware died, man. Like, you do not pick in the entire silhouette.
They took half of the HP off Nesqui. I guess they felt like they could get it all, and that would actually be a good trade for the bat shot to knock out that light tank very early on.
But both lights were spotted in that moment. Both lights were spotted in that moment, so they actually knew the location of the other guy.
And we can see Kaiser as well. I think he got,
that was really good double arty shot, man. Really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Arty's making their worth there for the beginning of the game, but then later on, totally useless.
They couldn't because they were stuck in that corner and they had no much targets. And the guys that they would actually shoot were paying attention not to get spotted easily.
Yeah, the key thing to note is this map works very much in 3 lanes. You've got your middle control, your 1-line control, and your 0-line control. All you have to do is hold 2 of those lines and win the other one, and you'll generally win.
Yeah, because you have the trail that's pretty much breaking the map in half in those. Well, not half, but similar.
Yeah, but that's a typical way to play Prokhorovka. It's a very old map. Obviously, these guys know it just as well as we do. Deha, we can see actually there was
even while you're doing that,
6k damage from Deha in the middle. That's really big for Super Conk.
Better?
Particularly when you play against 2 Conk GCs who are constantly going to shoot the Super Conqueror every time he gets spotted. To actually be able to avoid those arties while at the same time being very useful for your team, making punishments as soon as the enemy are getting spotted. They're getting spotted on the 1 line, getting spotted on the mid, getting spotted on the hill. He has positions to shoot all of those. And to be able to do that without being spotted and to still conserve your HP until the end, that's a huge achievement.
Well, anyone who is not familiar with Deha, he is a Polish player, formerly playing from Hoops, and I would say one of the best DPM player I've seen.
Yeah, like one of the top damage dealers.
He really knows how to do damage no matter what he plays.
Yeah, but there's also a thing where you can't just be dealing the damage, letting your team die or whatever.
Of course. Not like in autistic way.
Exactly. He's been very beneficial to his team at the same time, because you do need those guys in the team that you can just put them on a position. You can put them in an STRV, a heavy or something.
I mean, I'm always trolling Shokish that he's a big red liner, he's playing STRV, but it's actually really serious responsibility. You need to do that damage no matter with what tank. And those tanks are in position, like Super Kong. It's meant to play cooldown and do constant damage, fast and accurate. Same with STRV and so on. 907s, they're rotational tanks, lights, spotting. Everyone has some kind of specialization here.
So it's all square after the first map, guys. That was Prokhorovka, one of the best Prokhorovkas you could have literally asked for right down to the wire. On 15v15. We did have some nice ones, such as Kaznov 1-line pushes on Prok that we'll always remember until we die.
Well, for those who are not acquainted with that, it usually ended up miserably in death. And fire.
And we saw actually as well, just to bring up that point, we saw Alpha go down the 2 lines solo almost in the 268. And you might be thinking, that's a bit suicidal, why would he push without such support? But he did actually have the support. The purpose of him going down was so the guys in the middle can support him if there's anyone spotted. They knew that Tornado has a lot of tanks in the mid, they have a lot of tanks on the 6 line, they have a lot of tanks on the hill, and they're actually undefended, maybe 1 or 2 907s or something. And they can't actually deal with a 268, they can't kill it fast enough.
Well, it's not only that, they push the light behind him, so they sacrificed the 268 to get more eyes, to be honest. And then they had control of that side. The light tank had to run away later, but in exchange they got a lot of information. and they could wage how to play the other part of the battlefield based on that. It's not only about how you drive and shoot, it is a lot of hidden mind games in every possible moment that you have here. A lot that guys simply cannot understand if they don't play tanks on that level.
Yeah,
it's simply something you would not ordinarily think of if you're a casual player. But these guys can show us a lot.
Yeah, and you can take a lot of examples as well to probably take away to your clan wars, your stronghold matches. There's a huge amount of examples, obviously not to the level that these guys are going to be doing it, but there's a lot of key principles that you can take away from that, where you could see the way both of these teams are operating. Tornado had a very high amount of control on the eastern side of the map, while at the same time they didn't really push anything. They were playing quite defensive because of that zero line play from Fame initially with the double bat shot. I guess they weren't expecting that. They were expecting 907s or something, maybe a solo light to go up there. So you can see Nesqui was quite aggressive. He was expecting a lot of control on that east side of the map, and they didn't get it. And that's what really hurt Tornado later on. They had their GCs over the eastern side of the map, which is actually less beneficial unless you win that east side of the map, because then you can't shoot nearly effectively over the rail. You're locked in, you're going to get spotted with them. There's a lot of concerns. They can even get blind shotted.
It's a lot of expectations coming in front there from Tornado in this game, same as in Fame from the last one, and it didn't turn out well. And in both cases, I would say the hill was the pinnacle, like it was the breaking point.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned the hill now, the next map coming up will be Himmelsdorf, guys. Hill almost in the name for it. And we saw some major changes very, very recently on it that these guys haven't got time to fully prepare, I'd say, for this tournament. And it's obviously going to change the strategies a little bit. Mojo, what are the changes that we saw in Himmels?
So far as I saw, when you're playing from the upper side, if you climb on the hill now next to the red line, you actually get, as from attacker side, you get a cooldown. So you can, like a little ramp made of rubble that you can use to hide the tank and shoot the guys who are actually covering the progress, maybe shooting your guys in the side. It doesn't look like much. Actually, it can be a huge game changer.
Yeah, one tank on that position with an autoloader.
Also,
some
bushes are deleted from the hill, so they're not giving cover for sniping there. Also, we have changes on the 3-line toward the rail. When you're trying to go from your base toward the rail now, the windows and the disposition of those windows change, so you can shoot differently and you're better covered. And also there is some more changes on 2-line itself as far as I saw. But these guys had more time than us. Like I was watching the video and so on, but they were in training room endlessly trying out what kind of advantage will they gain by that.
Yeah, these guys have been preparing obviously very hard for this match. There's money on the line, there's prestige on the line, there's fame on the line in every sense of the word, and there's a big, big trophy that we saw earlier on, massive big. Usually they're made out of solid steel, they're really, really heavy, really impressive trophies. We saw them there for the last Wargaming Fest.
Yeah, I believe a couple of guys had to carry that one. I think this is a bit lighter one because I saw a girl carrying it, so it's okay.
Okay, maybe it's hollow or something in the middle.
Maybe it's a very strong girl.
Astronomically heavy. Guys could barely, well, some guys could barely lift it up on the stage, you know.
Well, for me, the choice of Himmelsdorf here for Fame is kind of brave, because it's always known that Himmelsdorf is a shrine of all Russian teams. It's kind of their
that's a Russian
first
map,
and basic map. It's in Germany, but Russians kind of conquered it by far somehow.
Yeah, they made it all the way there.
So, like, this is from all of the even times when I used to play Gold League and on, this is a place where they were usually beating European teams, like, really easily. Fame was very dominant on European server on Himmelsdorf, like, because it usually requires a touch of tactics in a start. Will you start aggressive or a bit initial positioning? But after that, it's all about gameplay. How you team up with your teammates, like do you do rotations here or there? Everything is so close, there is not much time to do anything, to do big rotations around the map, it just doesn't happen. It's when the conflict starts, it's all over the place and everyone is for himself and must be aware of everyone in their team, what they're doing.
Well, it's not necessarily everyone for himself, it's everyone for the person beside them.
No, I think in mentally, you need to be aware of what's going on and you must play for yourself. You cannot follow some simple commands. It just doesn't happen like that.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but the point I'm trying to make is that everyone is for the guy beside him. You know, you've got maybe 3 or 4 guys on one position. You need to play perfectly together, because you might have to push into a crossfire, you might have to push out some guy in a very trenched out position, you might have to receive a push and create a crossfire, but we can hear behind us ramping up, we can see it on the screen. We are going now into Himmelsdorf. This is round number 3, the first round going to Tornado, the second round going to Fame. And this is very important right now.
Davai Himki coming up, guys. You can see a lot of fire still. The fight is progressing there. I'm looking forward to see what's gonna change. Like, what will the people try to do differently now, since this is the moment of truth, to be honest. I already see there is one botchat here. 4-3-U, go Carry Berry playing it, Camille on the botchat. So not much of the fast setup, 250 Vs. That
So
can that can tell us nothing.
Tornado here on the south going immediately for a lot of guys in the hill, while in Fame on the south. Or is that, no, it is Tornado on the south. Again, the colors getting switched, guys. Try not to be confused. It is
Fame is attacking, Tornado is defending.
Exactly. And playing, again, a lot on the hill, and then a split with the 2-line with all these 277s from Fame right now in the purple. Pushing it immediately, but there's a huge spot coming out from the Tornado botchat. There's a huge spot, and the entirety almost of Fame is spotted out right now.
If
you can
they
see the
don't
reaction.
get spotted on time, they can actually do a really massive push on Tornado, because there is a big presence from them. All the fast tanks, 50Bs and Vs that are coming to the hill, but Tornado is smelling something. You can see by the position of their tanks. They're storming the K line and trying to make a crossfire in case something like this happens. 277 already spotting, taking the G3 crucial position. A good cooldown, so you can do a crossfire and shoot anyone who is trying to progress on 8 line. 3 tanks from Fame only on hill, 3 against 4.
So right now we see a massive clash down in the K and J lines, where both of the massive attacking forces of 277s, 268s, and Wheezies and Superconks and all these kind of brawling tanks are in a bit of a standoff at the moment. Both teams know exactly where they are. You know, Fame can expect the Tornado's going to wait for them, but in the same time there's a brawl on the hill.
Oh, I would like to see that hill man Positive
right now.
Positive took so much health while he was trying to progress on a hill, and we can't see it because these guys are brawling down and the camera is focused on them. Now there is a bad rotation here coming in from Tornado. They're trying to hide on K line, but there is a massive push here coming in from Fame. They're focusing Redina here, and there are 4 guys here. They will be pincered by Fame very soon.
Jostra falling immediately on the push, and the Fame push is getting not crossfired, but it's being received right now by Tornado, creating a fire line. They're going to be playing on the corners, and they're being very defensive right now. This is a huge damage trade-off. It goes all on the player, individual skill, but in the same time, Fame is coming in from the back. They're going to pincer these guys in Tornado, and you can see Tornado's realize this. They're having to push in to the 4 tanks from Fame who are going to be receiving this push, but in the same time, they're getting sandwiched right here. Tornado doesn't have control over the hill. They won't be able to kill it quick enough. Both teams dropping massive amounts of HP right now, but Tornado is getting smashed.
I believe Fame actually has an upper hand. Don't watch the numbers. Yes, Tornado is leading for 3000 HP, but most of those tanks are up on a hill stuck. If these guys here get deleted, Fame can actually start the cap pressure after that. If they have enough HP, they can pull it off. But the 277 that's on 4 line, that's gonna be a big problem for Fame.
Right now, there is just guns going from all angles right now. There's 2k HP, 3k HP in favor of Tornado, but it's not everything. There's still positions here that Fame can hold, but they're going to be pushed out by a 277 and a Wheezy from Tornado, who just have more HP to put into this fight. Nuclear as well, coming in with full HP in his Super Conk. That's going to be absolutely game-destroying right now for Fame, as their 1-line push is being shut down.
Vale is trying to protect his teammates here, but he's getting deleted. They do take out aggressive style. That's gonna be a problem. A guy like Nuclear on 100% HP in Super Conqueror in the endgame stadium, that's not gonna end up well. Tornado is keeping the win on the hill. They are on really small amount of HP there, but it doesn't matter because Fame has only 2 players surviving now, Shokish and Stefan. Can they turn this game around? I really don't think so. It would be a miracle, but miracles did happen before, man.
Yeah, we can see now Diodor, Server and Positive 3, the guys we mentioned earlier as being absolutely key players for Tornado, managed to win out the hill in what I'd call actually really, really bad positions, but you can see their skill and experience shining through right there. Stefan getting hit by a tank he can't see because it's around the corner, and he's been put down to a 1-shot, and it's only on Shokish right now with all the HP in the Super Conqueror, but there's no difference that he's going to be able to make right now. It's going to be Nuclear as well on full HP, and these guys are just going to brawl it out a little bit, but Tornado cleaning up, not very confidently, but cleaning up all the same on this first round.
Shokish, this is the time to shine. Stefan is waiting for his death sentence here. Positive is just keeping him proxied, and that he has to keep and Gum turn to Positive, and the Shark is coming from behind.
And Diodor from the back picks up the kill. Leaving it just out to Shokish now from Fame, who's about to go down, and Tornado taking their first round on Himmelsdorf, 2-1.
2-1, great play there coming in, aggressive play coming in from Fame, but that brawl on K-line pretty much broke it in Tornado's favor.
Yeah.
Yes, they did win a game on a hill, but it wouldn't actually matter if Fame actually managed to preserve more HP on that K-line and win it more easily, but it just didn't happen.
Tornado just went with 5 or 6 vehicles. They managed to actually completely shut down the push from Fame, who couldn't react quick enough to get their guys in to sandwich them. And that was the key thing, I think, right there. If Fame had been quicker on the reaction, if they'd managed to actually join up their forces together and sandwich that Tornado defensive position, they could have actually won that fight. But the problem is they took too long. Tornado figured out exactly what they're doing. They moved their guys in to support, and they just had a crossfire. As soon as Fame pushed in, they were prepared for it. They went around the corner. Immediately, those guys who were coming around from the back, they have to drive even further before they're effective. And that time is huge on Himmelsdorf.
And let's not forget, also Tornado never panicked. Like, even when they were hard pressed, they left one guy angling behind the church guys, if you remember. He was playing his 277, dealing damage all the time, keeping the back of his teammates, while the rest of the Tornado team, like those few tanks, were actually coming to rotate from the upper side, so there is no cap pressure on the church if it happens. So actually there was a couple of layers in this game that Tornado performed, and they were not easily visible because the fight was all over the place. That's what I meant when I spoke before.
Fights at the same
that's what
time.
I meant when I said start. Like, when it starts, you are more or less on your own. There are general commands, but only general, man. You have to be for yourself, to be aware of what's going on.
Every player becomes a general,
yes.
even.
Yes.
And we can see the massive big brawl here on the K line, but I believe
this
we are
is already the end of it.
Yeah, you know, the game was over at that
Look,
point. That was
Nuclear,
just
man, he's like one of the biggest also DPM
players
who played on European League also, or on Russian, and he's on full HP in Super Conquer. Like, that can never end well, man.
Yeah, exactly. But I believe we can actually jump to the studio right now. They can take a little bit of a look at this. Maybe Milan to just give us a few more insights. Obviously, we've probably missed a few things that he can talk about. So, guys in the studio, what do you have to say?
Maybe not much.
Or maybe we don't go to the studio, who are not ready at this time. But yeah, so the first round there on Himmelsdorf going to Tornado, with the first round as well on Prokhorovka going to Tornado. Will Fame have the reaction now for the second one?
Yeah, it's like still this was attack from Fame. So attacking is always harder. You need to be aggressive. You need to take those positions. And in reality, you have time against yourself, but in this kind of game, when you play this kind of aggressive game, you really don't have to worry about the time. This is all about brawl, and Himmelsdorf is a small map, and it really, I've rarely seen it tick away with time. Like, it's usually just like killing spree or capping.
A key thing that we just mentioned, but we didn't really see too much of, was actually the bat shot from Tornado. He spotted out all of the one-line push from Fame. That was absolutely game-winning info right there. Having the players that can find that information and take no damage in return. He got away completely safe and was on to go clip somewhere else on the map, and that just allowed Tornado to react instantly. Imagine if they hadn't had that information, or maybe they only spot 2-3 guys or whatever it is, that they don't understand what Fame is doing.
On Himmelsdorf, when you spot the 2-3 guys coming on 2 or 3 line, you know what's going on, man. You're sending everyone back to defend.
You can hold it normal with 2 or 3 guys, you put 1 or 2 in the middle, and then you can go hill with like 9 tanks, for example. It's not a certain thing that you can just immediately go, okay, all of our guys that are going from the hill, apart from the 50Bs, all of them come back down, which is exactly what they did.
Well, as usual, we are getting ready for the guys. Like, they're making their final tactics, assembling the team, and they will be ready shortly for us. I'm actually looking forward to see now, will Fame decide to play more passive in defense, or they're gonna go throw it up? Like, it's very important that you stay in a map and that you not lose entire map. Also, what will Tornado decide to do? Will they maybe expect some kind of push on Fame? Will they try to greet it, or they're just gonna say, nah, we're just gonna take initiative and go for it?
I feel like Tornado from the north is actually gonna go fully for the hill, and I think Fame's gonna meet them there. So that's gonna be something to watch out for. We saw it on previous European tournaments where they were just clashing on the hill over and over and over.
That was big fights, man.
And those are the best fights to see.
But it's risky. Like, Tornado is one of the best in focus fire on the world. And it's super risky to make it that kind of play.
But they have the worst side, which is something to note. That they actually...
A worst side that was changed recently, and it can actually...
still favors the south, even with the change.
Yeah, when you push it...
But it brings it a lot closer.
Yeah, once you push in, it does. But I think it will be up to these guys to tell us what they want to do. They are getting ready, and any second we will see them jump into the match. For our sakes, I really hope I'm going to see a big push.
Yeah, I mean, big pushes are the best to watch, especially on Himmelsdorf Hill, which is like the key kind of, you know, the throne.
Himmelsdorf brawl or a brawl on Cliff, those are the two of the best
actually,
to watch.
in fact. And will we be seeing Cliff later on?
We will see Cliff next, but we are still on Himki. We are still on Himki.
So guys, big brawls to watch out for in that one, and as well as second round on Himmelsdorf. Tornado leading 2-1 at the moment, taking the first round on Proc and taking the first round there on Himmelsdorf. Fame with the response in the middle round, so let's see if they can even it out again and bring it back to a 2-2. Obviously, we're all cheering on the EU stream for Fame right now. Show them your support, guys. Let them know that you're cheering for them here. They're a little bit isolated here in Moscow. They're very lonely. They're surrounded by a lot of Russians. So you guys at home need to be heard.
And this guy is in a Tornado corner, that's positive. When I see him like, oh, like that all the time. He's so chilled person. You would think he's playing random with his left hand, man.
Yeah,
like he has that kind of attitude, and we're talking about one of the best players that was playing on European server before.
Yeah, and to obviously be the best, you need some practice, time put in, everything comes naturally. So here we are going into the 4th round. Tornado 2-1 up against Fame here in Moscow,
Magic
Russia.
happened and the colors are correct immediately.
And the colors are correct. Here we go. Tornado in the purple on the north, Fame in the yellow on the south.
So everything is correct there. Let us see if there is anything specific about the line. It's 1 Bacha, 2 50Bs by Tornado, 1 Type 5, super slow heavy. Oh. And let us see, on Fame side, we do have 2 Bachats and 430U. On defensive side, plus 250Bs. It's very light setup, no super heavy whatsoever.
Yeah,
so it does look like Tornado will maybe play it a bit
slower.
Here
we are again. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Hello guys.
We would like to look at the game if we could, but maybe you're being forced to look at us. We could see immediately, I think it was Fame was going, are you trying to look at the background?
I'm really
trying to.
You can see
it behind us. Okay,
I am really
we can
trying.
look very closely here, guys. It's a big zero-line engagement, I can tell you, if you're eagle-eyed. And here we are back at the game. Fame going with all of their tanks, apart from just a few guys, 4 on the downside, who are just going to play there. And as I predicted, Tornado is going to meet them head-on with everything.
Even Type 5 is going up. I hope he will stay in 8 line. Man, I was ready to turn around and just cast from that screen.
If any way we can watch the game, we'll take it. But this is going to be very important right now. The Bachats meeting each other. Camille, we saw doing this spot very effectively in the past. He's trying to get the information out right now for Fame because they don't know, as we do.
That's why we have 2 Bacha. Ooh, nice
Theodore taking 2 shots immediately, and Tornado is coming up with all their vehicles, but they're doing it slowly and they're taking a lot of damage on this cross right now. Guys getting shots off, and in the meantime, Fame is moving all of their vehicles. They're not spotted, but there's a full spot off on Tornado, so they're going to meet them head on.
This is going to be a problem. We are talking about 2 extra vehicles for Tornado. No, 1, because 1 remained back. 1 Super Conqueror went back. So Fame actually has 1 tank more on the lower side of the hill. I7 is trying to join the hill fight, and Bachats, they should run away soon, man.
Oh, Fame is getting pincered right now in the corner. They can't push around quick enough, and Tornado has come fully around the hill, and they're going to be able to shoot them in the rear right now and start focusing them out. Fame not quick enough to push around, as they've been sandwiched right now by Tornado, who are doing a perfect bait and switch. They've put their guys in the front, but then they quickly moved them back, and they went around the hill and have caught them in a crossfire. This is not going great for Fame right now. Even though the HP is a bit on Tornado's side, the position should go for them.
Yeah, but Fame still has the control of the lower side of the field. 2000 HP and advancing, and they are running away with a couple of guys from that hill. If they manage to do enough of the damage there, they might actually pull off something with the cap. There is only Super Conqueror plus 1 guy defending. Type 5 is too slow for that, but he might pre-aim that guys coming from the hill, and he might delete someone. The hill fight is still going on. It's not over. It's 1 KHP plus advantage for Fame, and they do have an advantage in tanks. That's the most important part here. Look at this, man.
But the even more crucial part right now is the Tornado cap, which is completely exposed. They've only 1 Super Conk protecting its server, who's going down to a 1-shot right now, and there's going to be a cap going out for Tornado. They need to wrap up this hill right now, but they don't have the HP to do so. Fame actually pushing around, making it work, but you can see the really, really smart play from the 250Bs, Stefan and Feli, that pushed over the 0 line. They got out of the line of fire, and they cleaned up the base defense from Tornado, giving them base cap control with 2 guys supported by the 50Bs, and even if Tornado won that hill, they still would have lost the game. They couldn't make the connections on the reset.
What an amazing game to watch, guys, tactically and in a brawl sense. You could see that Fame was pincered in every worst possible way. The reactions, the shooting on a move, going straight for the 0 line on enemy side, keeping some guys back, so actually Tornado cannot just chase them around. They're taking damage on the side. 5 seconds to go on a cap. 3, 2, 1, and we're done, man.
And that's the cap going out for Fame, again with the response like they did on Prokhorovka, bringing the score back. They're giving no inches to Tornado, taking it all the way round for round, 1-1, 2-1, all the way up to a 2-2 again for Himmelsdorf. And could you get a better brawl?
This is so important on so many levels. Fame is taking the game back because they're keeping the score. Mentally, they're proving we are not afraid to brawl. We are not afraid to brawl. We'll fight you anywhere. we are in worst position and we are coming out victorious, man.
Yeah, and
like,
not
this
even
is
victorious,
so
quite
important.
confidently so, because they had that base cap. Imagine those guys stayed back up on the hill, they would have won the hill as well. Either way, they were winning that situation, which is huge when you consider the bad situation they were in. They had to push through while this guy's chasing them in the back. They're trying to chase guys in the front. It's just not easy to focus your fire right there, where all of the Fame guys were on one position. It's easy for Tornado to actually pick out some of the targets, pick a few guys off, shoot from the sides, and not get pushed out. But Fame just couldn't, or Tornado, sorry, just couldn't catch up to them quick enough.
I so wish I had some crayons now to paint, man, and try to explain some of the stuff. The game was really fast, and I don't think everyone actually understood every depth that happened there. So we saw first, we have 2 budgets on Fame side, and it was like, man, 2 budgets is a super risky thing, but you guess well, they're going for the hill, so Nile guessed really well. They position one after another, and while the tanks were progressing, because once you come there on a 0 line as an enemy, you cannot go back, you must push, that's your plan, you gotta execute. Yeah. So they actually did almost entire clip each, taking some damage back, but then running away. I was worried that Tornado would actually prevail on pure numbers because they had so much tanks up.
They had 14 tanks on the hill.
No. They had 2 tanks down, Type 5 plus 1 more, and they returned one Super Conqueror after, which we saw much later. So in the start they had 12, and when you count those butt shots off, then Fame had like 11. 9 without butt shots, man.
9 without the butt shots, and 11 with the 2 of them, so we can see the damage coming out there. I'm not sure what the damage is. Is that average? 1,400? It's only showing 5 guys. I'm not sure exactly what that is supposed to represent, but you can see the overall damage being dealt by Fame, 31k.
I would prefer to see entire team, honestly, compared to only 5 guys.
5k on Himmelsdorf, though.
There's no way these guys are top damage dealers with this on Himmelsdorf.
No, exactly. But just a 5k difference, that's very, very close for a Himmelsdorf game. Typically, you see them a little bit more one-sided, but there was a lot of guys on low HP. There was a lot of, like, no one was sitting on full HP just farming damage easy. Everyone had to fight for every bit of damage they got. Like the Fame guys, when they were pushing in, immediately Tornado was reacting. They were pulling back from that, and at the same time, they were coming around from the rear. But Fame just better on the focus. They kept it together. The 50Bs came off the 0 line. They managed to go down the hill, clean up Server and the Super Conqueror who's defending the base and the Type 5, and then actually go on to the cap. That was a great play by Stefan and Feli.
It was a really good play also not to see any kind of panic by Fame. Parallel reactions everywhere, parallel push on a rail, people backing off backwards so they can shoot all of the guys from Tornado while they're trying to push into the Fame and chase them, so they were shooting them in the back and pinching the HP and blocking them from doing anything significant. Guys running around and still fighting around the hill, guys that were reload with 50Bs not hesitating, running down behind Tornado enemy lines, making additional problems and so on. So that's what I meant, like so many layers in a really short span of time and space.
So let's have a look back actually just really quickly on the rounds we witnessed. The first round, massive big push from Tornado on the 0 line.
And really good execution, simple execution.
And the second round then on Proc, massive big pushes just everywhere, all over the map. That was action down to the very last minute.
That was super close game, to be honest.
That was super close. Third game on Himmelsdorf. A lot of big pushes coming out on the 1-2 line. Super close game. A few different things could have actually changed the result on that one. And then fourth game on Himmels, again, super big pushes, mashing into each other. Could have gone either way, really. It just falls down to the individual players and how they're performing in that situation.
Like nothing is decided here.
Neck and neck.
And we are going to watch Cliff next, which is absolute brawl master map. And
I'd say it's the king of brawl maps, if you have to call one.
Like this is hyper important for every of these teams that, of course, they don't lose entire map. For both Tornado and for, I mean, it's Captain Obvious to say something like this, but there is no return from something like that, I think.
Yeah.
Cliff.
What do we see after Cliff?
Ensk.
Again, another city map, big, huge engagement.
Another brawl map without big rotations.
Exactly. And that could be our decider at that point. And Himmelsdorf we'll see again as the tiebreaker if it does go all the way, which just given these first 2 maps, I mean, we're certainly looking to go that way. No team has any clear advantage. Usually you could say that, you know, after like 3-4 rounds, you've got like, this team's they're playing better, they'll probably win. This is not the case, not even close.
I would say that it's going to be really interesting, and I have a kind of a feeling this will come to tiebreaker, man.
Yeah, I feel like Cliff will obviously give us 2 more rounds, it'll tell us, but I feel like Cliff is needed to even be able to predict which way this is going to go. Because you could say Tornado right now, I could say Fame, neither of us has any idea.
And on this, I'm really think that actually Fame has some advantage here, especially because Ensk is last. I can't say 100% after these games. They're so close, man.
Yeah,
They're so close.
You're so close. You couldn't ask for a better final here in Moscow at Wargaming Fest. You literally couldn't ask for a better one. Tornado, biggest team in Russia. Fame, biggest team in Europe, clashing together on a very even playing ground, which is 15v15. Previously, the Russians always had the advantage on 7v7. They were just better teams, and that was the simple fact of it. But here, it's not the case anymore. Europe is totally in the running to win this. They're neck and neck all the way. One round going one way, one round going the next way, back and forth the entire time, and that's absolutely fantastic to watch.
Well, maybe we should see our guys in studio. Are they ready? Maybe they should add up to something like this. We've already seen 2 full maps. I think Malen should have some observations.
I hope he has something to say. Guys in the studio, what have you got?
Well, a lot.
A lot, apparently. I can see somewhere in the back. It's coming through.
There he is.
It's just me. I decided to be the one who talked first, you know. I was like, Mylan was saying, like, that was the best game he's ever seen. And I saw your face now, and I don't think I've ever seen you so happy. I don't think I've ever seen him so happy.
Man, this brings back so many memories. I mean, the nostalgia and just seeing this competitive scene evolving again on a big stage in front of a huge crowd. Yeah, just makes my heart melt at this time. But yeah, so the round so far, Tornado taking the first point on the match on the map, and then Fame just evening the score out again. And I think that's just
it's a pattern we're going to see, right?
The teams are. Yeah, and what do you wanted to say?
I said that's what we're going to see, isn't it? It's like, it's not going to be a runaway victory like maybe you thought it would be.
Never.
It's still that. Am I too quiet, am I?
Yeah, so...
Me? Too quiet? That's impossible.
So what you just saw here on Himmelsdorf was a bit risky play on the first round from Fame. They pushed very aggressively down the one line, down the rails, and yeah, the crucial spot there in the bed shed from Tornado was there, so kind of gave the entire surprise away. But on the second round was the huge crash that the casters predicted was on the hill. All the guys met there, and it was actually very interesting to watch. They were just driving like in a roundabout, you know, driving, I think it was in the end, it was like 3 circles around the hill, all the guys. And the important thing was so actually not what was happening on the hill, but what was happening on the lower side, because the Fame guys actually managed to win there and then yeah, put cap pressure on. So
well, it was a complete victory basically. It was in that second map. The way they managed to execute just made it dominate. It was I think you called it, or they were calling it. The cap was like, yeah, the cap's done. It was like, no, it's not. It's 14 seconds left, but well, it was done.
Well, like after 2 minutes when the initial fight started at the hill, it looked really bad for Fame because they were pincer. Tornado did a really good bait move. They baited them on the upper side of the hill, and then they pulled back all their forces and pushed on the other side around. That was a really good move, but Fame reacted to that really well. They just started pushing and the entire time and drove away from the forces that came behind them. And so they just kept driving in circles and yeah, basically managed to get so much time that the guys on the lower side that were not on the hill were able to push the cap.
I actually know a secret though. I know the real secret why you're happy. You were happy because we were watching the games and we were, you know, right after the comment right before we launched to casters, and the first game Fame lost that one right after he said unbeatable, absolutely unbeatable.
Yeah, so no conspiracy
he's super
theories.
happy. He's super happy because he, after all, he didn't jinx.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. The unbeatable. Oh yeah, losing the first game. I think it was the quote. Losing the first game is kind of hard on a lad. It was like unbeatable.
Unbeatable. Yeah. Like I cannot imagine.
But it's the series that matters, right?
Yeah, I mean, those guys, they've played a lot of LAN tournaments, they're professional, and they know how important it is to recover from the first round, so I guess they just forget about it and move on to the next game.
That is hard to do, though. When things start going wrong, they go wrong. With broadcasting, things like this, the first thing is, okay, get the opening lines right. Because if you don't get the opening line right, the first thing you do is start freaking out. You start going like, oh god, everything's bad. Yeah. So it's just, I guess the same with if you're playing, again, never done a big tournament like you. And if it starts going wrong, you feel wrong. You start thinking about what you did wrong. And the fact you're internalizing, you're thinking about the previous battle, you're not thinking about the current battle, and it's a snowball effect.
Well, it's just, it comes over time. You know, you're not gonna adapt to it like from one day to another. But over time, you realize, or it's sort of, your mindset changes a bit. So you keep forgetting things or you just keep pushing it aside because you know it's not important now, but just distract you. And yeah, all the guys that are on stage here today, on both teams, they've played a lot. They've been there many times, so they exactly know how to manage the situation. And I think Fame or
6 years ago, a certain Polish member of the team, I think, broke his team. There was a problem going on in the World Cyber Games, I believe, and they started just screaming and things went wrong, and they could have won. They were already 2 up, right? And they just had to win one more match. It was best of 5, I think. And then they lost the next 3 sequentially, even though they were the much better team, all because I was there watching behind them. They were raging like mad.
Yeah, so that can happen, but I hope Fame is gonna recover here and stay focused.
It was 6 years ago, so a little bit more experience since then.
Yeah, definitely. And I can hear that the next game is ready here. So I guess let's see the next map. Let's see who can capitalize on their advantages here, and if it's gonna be it's gonna be Roids.
Which map is it? Do we know?
Tornado. Actually, didn't think about the map picks.
So we're gonna have to go. You guys know on the stage know what map it is next?
Of course, we know it's Cliff, it's Tornado's pick, and therefore Fame had a choice of a side, and they chose defense first. So we are going to watch an equal score, 2-2, going pretty much fresh new Cliff, a biggest brawl map ever.
I'd say ever, yeah. Certainly in 15v15 when you've got so many vehicles. So
I mean,
here we are,
mine is the only faster map if you go for a brawl.
So here we are, guys. The 5th round, EU versus RU, Fame versus Tornado, here live at Wargaming Fest in Moscow. The score is 2-2 at the moment. 1 round here, 1 round there, 1 round back, and 1 round back again. We are into round number 5. Cliff.
The colors are correct. I'm going to announce it. They have my seal of approval. Fame purple
I think they're
color.
good enough. They've got the colors down from now.
On the southern side, double RT +1 light. We need to see, will Kamil see the incoming Tornado forces, because they're betting everything on upper play. They have even double light. They're plus a budget playing, and even interesting, is this a Progetto or something like that?
Yeah, we're seeing a huge commitment here from both teams on the center. Tornado just leaving their 907 down on the 2 line, but in the meantime, all of their 277s, all of their 907s are moving towards the middle, and they're actually going to find a lot of Fame vehicles here. So we're going to have to see, does anyone get caught out? Does anyone sit in the wrong position? You can see Fame is traveling very safe. They're using the buildings to cover themselves.
This is multiple interesting here. Fame is actually going from the right side a lot, and they're maybe trying to, they have the hill control. They managed to climb one of the lights up. Tornado, on the other hand, he has 2 lights, and one of them sneak their way onto the F3 positions. Now, Fame has 2 artists, guys, super important, so the longer game actually feels better for them.
Yeah, right now we've got to remember that Tornado has that light in that very aggressive position. I don't think he's been spotted out yet, and he's actually going to spot a lot of rotations. There's Progetto on the ramp as well, just to do some shots, but double
Diodor
RT.
on 400 HP, man, that's not a good place to be in a budget, but still, he's alive, and he's for more than a 1 shot for anyone else. Still.
Double RT is going to rain fire on that center right there on Tornado. They need to do something. The ball is actually totally in their court, and you can see they're doing just that, but Shock is actually getting spotted out on this position. This is terrible right now for Fame. He's getting blinded. He's got nowhere to run. He's got to sit behind the rock and hope and pray that Tornado does not find him. I don't know how he got spotted.
Shockish will throw everything. He's got spotted by that light on F3, man, 100%.
But that's even like 370, 380, maybe
there is no one else who
meters.
can spot him. There is no one else.
Yeah, that's a huge spot. That light must have binos, which is a great play from him.
I would really like to see that position which he's using. I'm hoping. Look at this. There is a heavy tank coming there. They are sensing there is something and they're sending a guy to proxy.
Need to watch this light tank right now. He's spotted. We can see Will Random actually even take any damage, but the most important thing is that he leaves this position. Shockish going down to the
got spotted
STRV.
by him, and they knew what's happened, but it was too late for Shockish. Poor Shockish was deleted from this map. So we have a first loss on a cliff that is actually not turning out to be the biggest brawl, but still a big engagement from the start.
But if there's one tank you're going to lose on this kind of a tactic from Fame, I think I'd nearly pick the STRV, because you need a lot of your HP in the middle to prevent a team like Tornado, who likes to push, from actually just trying to overrun you right now, because you need all your tanks in your position. The STRV is just more of a deterrent than an actual damage dealer most of the time. But we can see that Tornado is actually doing the perfect play. They're moving their 277s around the 9-0 line. The reason that this is so good is because of that STRV not being there anymore. That STRV was actually locking down a lot of that eastern side of the map. Now he can be replaced, and Fame should have replaced it by a 907, which they have done, which is really good right now, because they have to stop these Tornado 277s from overtaking them.
Where is the spot, Papa? Come on, man, you're the Rolling Stone. Insane is down, he was on one shot already, and there is engagement coming here behind the cliff side. Aggressive and Reliance are playing really close to the mountain here, but there is already guys on the lower side. Artie is turning their aim, but they were not ready. Artie was not ready for this.
Artie making connections on these 277s, slowing the push right now, but in the meantime, Tornado has capitalized on it. They've knocked out some Insane, they've knocked out some HP, but they're taking a lot in return from that right now. And Alpha actually getting blind shotted in the GC, or maybe he was spotted out, and he goes down to Server in the 907 in K1. That is absolutely huge right now. That was Fame's huge advantage that they could still hold on to as the double RT.
Yes, it's not going well for Fame. Like, they're slowly falling down. There is a 2.5k HP advantage here for Tornado, but more importantly, 3 tanks of advantage. Now they're one-on-one on RT, and they have better positions, I would say, and they have definitely more tanks.
Papa making a huge play here over on the hill. I'm not sure what's going on. Fame is pushing into the center. They're trying to make some sort of a play because they know Tornado is winning the positions right now. Papa goes down, but he kills Nesqui in the process. And on the 2 line, Jostra, Deha are brawling it out. Deha going down there, and Jostra being left all alone on the 1 line as Elian and the TVP comes to try and support him, but it's not going to be enough. Fame losing the positions, getting their RT killed, Shockish going down and being pushed out by the light, random, you know, taking that aggressive 3-line position. Nothing really went right their way this game.
It just looks like this was an all-out order for a push everywhere for Fame. They were pincered that they knew that the time expiring will not help them at all. There would be no major mistakes done by Tornado, so they actually chose to push in and try to deal with it in a manly way, man.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what happened this game in terms of who was making the mistakes. Fame obviously made the mistake with the STRV. They obviously
I think they just outplayed them with that one light, man.
But yeah, this light was doing a lot for them. He was spotting out the 1-2-3 line on any rotations. He was spotting out these guys on the heavies. They can't really move around, and that was just locking Fame in, and it seems like they didn't have an effective reaction to it. They were losing positions that they should have always held. Shaka should never go down here.
It just looks like Tornado sold them a trick. They sold them a trick that Fame was not immediately aware. They responded really fast and sent the heavy tank, but it was too late. Once they lost Shockish, who was actually an anchor here, and he was the guy who would pretty much massacre Tornado if they're going around the hill with his DPM and accurate gun. They knew they have a free reign and they can do whatever they want.
So that's it, guys. The first round on Cliff going, I'd say that's the first actual decisive round that we've seen so far. Everything else has been neck and neck, back and forth, down to the wire. That's the first one where you can say Fame didn't really have a chance. Kind of.
Well, the first one also really on Prokoroka decisive for Tornado, I would say also.
I'd say decisive to a point though. One or two different positions or different timings on spots, and it went very differently. But here, Tornado actually just really decisive.
Outplaying. They even had a Progetto. I couldn't even make out why they picked him. And I don't think he had any major role here.
No, I don't think he did anything. But it was
like
just
that's
there.
a slow tank. I would really like to know what thinking they had behind that, because that's not a vehicle you usually see in a clan war.
Yeah. So that's the first round on
I'm
Cliff.
sorry, I'm going to correct myself. It's a Progetto.
As we were corrected in our ear immediately by Sile. Thank you very much for Mojo's very poor pronunciation of Progetto. There we are.
She's gonna kill me.
We have it now. We have it now.
She's going to kill me.
So, Cliff, first round on it. We didn't get the massive brawl we were anticipating, but we got a very exciting game nonetheless. We saw positions going down that really shouldn't have gone down. I was not expecting Shockish to go down there. I was not expecting Alpha to go down there in the RT, getting blinded out or spotted, I'm not sure. But, you know, two absolutely key positions for holding on to your control and around. The rest of it was generally okay.
I actually didn't see him spotted. I'm going to ask him later, but I didn't see him spotted, and it's highly probable that Artie saw a chaser and told the guys where to shoot.
Not a huge amount of positions. I think once they have the light on that position, you can't move out of the bushes. And there's only, I don't know, 10, 15 bushes to be down there. Or you just have a couple of 907s where Tornado had a lot of control in the middle. They could do it. Your shots travel over 700 meters. And here we can see
Tornado holding all the control in the middle.
Watch that light on the left side, guys. How he took that position on F3, and this is the problem that came to Shokish, who is supposed to support them. Now we have Kamil on the top of the hill with his light, but I believe Papa even tried to and managed to climb with the butshot later from the outer boosting positions.
Yeah, so we could see
some of the boosting positions now work better than before after this patch again.
Oh, that was a nice RT hit there from BioB in his GC from the one line. Obviously, not very possible to counter any RTs on the north, nor would you want to at that point. Then we could see Tornado went around the 9-0 line and just forced the hand of Fame. They had to do something, or Tornado was just going to encircle them, have all the positions, and it will be a drawn-out fight that Tornado was definitely going to win. So that's why you saw kind of a last-ditch push coming out from Fame. They pushed out in the one line. A couple of guys in the middle tried to do something, but there's no real options at that point.
It looks by HP they were close, only a few thousand HP advantage, but in reality, for people who understand what's going on, like they do on that higher level, they knew it's just a matter of time where they're gonna get squashed from all sides and killed.
Yeah.
And they chose not to die so easily. They chose to go fighting and maybe just manage to make a breakthrough.
Yeah, you got to think of it in terms of chances. They have no chance with the long kind of drawn out game in the situation they were in, but they have something if they try and do a push. Who knows,
if it's like 5% chance, it's the chance better than just sit and wait to die, roll over and die.
You can get an Amarak, you can get some guy flips himself or whatever, you get some sort of an advantage and it can turn around and create some sort of an opportunity. But in a drawn out game like that, no chance really at all. So that's the first round we saw where Tornado was very confidently stepping up on Cliff here, but it's coming very late into the game. The score was 2-2 before that.
Yeah.
We played 2 maps fully.
Like you can see definitely that Fame is always one step behind Tornado at the moment, like one step behind. They're always losing the first game and they're coming back. Like that's a trend that we actually want to see now.
Third map in the row, in fact, where on the first map, Prokhorovka, it went first to Tornado, then to Fame. Then we went on to Himmelsdorf, the same story again. Will that be the same for Cliff?
But Cliff is a dangerous map where you as a defender or attacker don't have a really specific advantage. It really lies everything in the detail. You know, devil lies in the details, that's how it goes. It's exactly the same in Prokhorovka. One tank here or there, a little bit of different spot. It doesn't have to be a light doing 10,000 damage spotting. It really is not needed. It's enough that one guy spots a crucial tank like we saw, and that's it.
Yeah, and what I'm really looking forward to now on the second round on Cliff, Fame's going to be on the north. And what have we seen from Fame on the north? We've seen massive, big pincer action. So that'd be on the middle,
fast reaction,
or on the 3-line. 3-line is where it all happens, where you see heavies go on the downside, mediums come on the upside, and they meet on the 3-line, demolishing anything the Tornado sends.
Well, the last match we were watching against CSA was absolutely brilliant. It was a clash of titans, but fast, ultra fast reaction by Fame, who joined forces and collided on CSA there.
Yeah, that was my favorite round of that tournament.
So
for sure.
If no one is understanding what we're talking about, it happened on Global Map Season 10 Finals. It was just a week ago. So Tornado actually had quite a lot of material to work with and watch Fame play a couple of tournaments where they were chilling back.
Yeah, you need to think about that as well, where Tornado has actually had a few opportunities now to witness this team playing in 15v15.
Yeah, they watched the Super Cup and then they watched the Global Finals, while in other hand, they played nothing.
But what can Fame,
nothing visible.
What can Fame do to learn more about Tornado then, to try and prepare for a match like this? What can they do?
Hope for the best.
They can't hope for the best. They can draw on their experience, is was kind of what I was getting at there. You've got guys like Zafar, like Shokish, like Elian, who've played against Tornado.
Oh, Zafar, the Russian connection.
The Russian connection, of course.
Maybe he knows something.
All the inside info that he's been siphoning from every possible crick and cranny that he can actually get it out of to try and gain some sort of insight into Tornado. Because obviously they've been preparing strategies, they've got stuff to do as well. They're going to play a certain way, they're going to prepare a certain way. Having any insight into that is going to be absolutely crucial if you want to have a chance of taking down a giant like Tornado. They don't give away any free rounds as we've seen so far, but Fame is not necessarily giving away free rounds until Cliff. I feel like that was a bit more of a free round.
Yeah, but this is amazing. Like, we're talking about Tornado here, which specialty is by far not 15 on 15.
Absolutely.
It's definitely not. So I would say, if they're playing it this well now, what would happen if they play it on a regular basis, man?
Yeah, on a regular basis. Well, when you don't have attack-defense formats, it just gets a bit kind of stale.
Still, you have attacking and defense inside. It's pretty much similar.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard because it's a completely different set of maps that we don't really have any experience in. You know, the maps are essentially new maps when you move stuff around on them, because everything plays, you know, you move one position, it changes how another position works, it changes how another position works, and it just keeps going on like that.
You know what I'm missing in this kind of tournaments? I'm constantly saying it myself. I would like to have Fog of War.
Fog of War,
I
yeah.
would really like to have Fog of War, because when you're loading on a screen and you see enemy setup, there is so much you can judge on that. Like, you can decide to send tanks completely different. Yes, you can use that as a mind play. Yes, you can use it as a mind play and try to lure enemy in some kind of trap. But in most of the cases, you can really judge, okay, they have so and so many fast tanks, they have so and so many slow tanks. Like, if we go here and pressure this point, we will definitely be in advantage on this map. And there is nothing you can do against it.
I'd actually argue a little bit against that because of the way that is used as a skill. And you can see very experienced teams like the ones behind us use that as a skill to win games, to be able to read the enemy lineup, predict what they're going to do, and weigh up those pros and cons.
But it takes away a huge element of surprise.
I would say yes and no, because when you go to weaker teams, like obviously these are the best teams in the world, you can't compare this
You're
all the way
scared of
down.
gimmicks. You're scared of gimmicks when that happens.
No, I'm not scared of gimmicks. I actually love gimmicks. If you remember when we were playing
You were a very gimmicky team.
We were a gimmicky team. It's fun. It's exciting to do, and it's really interesting as a player.
But it's hard to do it when everyone knows your tanks. It's possible, but very hard.
Well, everyone knew your tanks in VGL, but we saw very you know, unusual strats there the whole time.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, like, it's very experienced, but in a brawl here, I would like to have Fog of War. It can give a total surprise, like difference between having 1 or 2 lights, as example, on Cliff. That can be a complete game changer.
But obviously I'm talking very heavily from a player's perspective. From a player's point of view, Fog of War is good in some aspects for sure, but it's also kind of bad in other aspects, because all of a sudden 15 tanks show up out of nowhere that you've never seen.
In your face, man, if you're not ready.
907s, and you can lose just like that, and there's nothing you can really do about that. You know, or you can just win instantly for the same thing. You know, your light happens to spot out like 12 907s pushing one line.
Same like Clan War, man, and you play it all the time. Same thing. You have to think about it.
I don't like Clan Wars, kind of for that reason, where
15 on 15, base score.
Yeah, with different rules though, different rules.
Then delete it from there also. Yeah, there you go.
But anyway, guys, we're going into the, what's the 6th round now? Yeah, here in Moscow at Wargaming Fest. As you can see behind us, Fame versus Tornado. They are ready to go here. It's our 6th round on Cliff. We've seen a 1-1 on Prokhorovka, 1-1 on Himmelsdorf. Will we see the 1-1 on Cliff?
Okay, boys, Tornado are leading 3-2, and they are now currently on defending side. That would be the southern side, and the upper side you will see Fame attacking. We have BioB and Vredina on double arty, so we have defender again with 2 arty, same as Fame played.
Yeah, and I actually know from experience, if I've played with these guys, that Fame knows how to blind shot those arties. They did it, I believe, in the match versus CSA. So Tornado got to be aware of that. Their arties can't stay totally safe, and you can see Tornado is going with all of their tanks towards the middle right now. They're just leaving the 907 on the 1 line, and in the same time, Fame is doing a bit more of a split, which we've seen from them in the past. 277's going on the 2 line, but Medium's going towards the middle.
This is really interesting. Tornado is more or less playing a copy-paste of their own game from the last time, only having 1 more arty instead of 1 more tank. But they're not relying on anything like an STRV.
That frozen minimap getting awfully confusing.
What's going on?
Now.
I think there will be a restart.
I think there will be a restart. It seems like the whole team from Fame is disconnected, or they've just gone on a coffee break, which is a bit more unlikely, I think.
This is not an accident. They stopped everyone and asked for restart, because by the rules, if tanks get spotted or damaged, you cannot get a restart. It's very imperative, once you need it, that you immediately request it from admin, and everyone must leave the game. Because if something happens in those like 30, 40, 50 seconds, it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, so that's going to be a...
Well, someone needs to convey to Tornado, I guess the same.
Yeah, we need to wait for the admins here to clear this one up for us and let us know what's going on. Obviously, Tornado's just as confused as we are, and obviously just as confused as Fame are, so some technical difficulties.
By now they have a hint.
I think they're confused to a point. They're confused probably as to what's actually going on.
Yeah,
on
that
the other
no one
side.
can know.
That no one can know, but we'll find out hopefully as quick as we can and get back into the 6th round on Cliff. So we saw the lineups, we saw the double RT on the south. That's a bit more, not necessarily aggressive from Tornado, it's a little bit more passive. But we're going to have a restart of that round, as we've just heard in our ears. By the rules, guys, in the rulebook, if there's no clear advantage to either team, that means no spots, no damage,
Exactly.
Stuff like that, and you call for a restart, you get a restart. Obviously, technical difficulties there with the whole team. They all stopped at the same time. So
As I said, you have to be decisive and make sure admin understands what's going on and just leave immediately so no one gets spotted.
Exactly. So obviously Tornado was awaiting that confirmation. Obviously you're going to play on.
You're going to play on until admin says it's a restart.
Yeah, just because you hear it in your ear doesn't necessarily mean it's going on. But obviously once the admin says restart, they go for a restart and they play the round from the beginning. Since both of the teams saw their lineups anyway, there's no fog of war. That's actually an interesting point. In a fog of war, what's the situation where you don't actually know the enemy tank's lineup? Someone calls for a restart, it's valid, but then someone gets spotted.
That's
Whose
for
fault
admin.
is that?
Admin needs to deal with that.
No, but that's just another issue against the fog of war. You know, I'll take them where I can find them. I don't want fog of war.
But we got info one player dropped, so we will wait for him to come back, like whatever kind of problem
it happens, especially when you're talking about...
And we're talking about 30 PCs on one stage.
Yeah.
30 PCs on one stage. Like, we've seen what can happen in 505 or 707 formats, God forbid, like this amount of people and hardware on one spot.
Yeah, exactly. We've never seen a tournament of this scale.
This is the first time, guys. First time 15 on 15 on the stage.
We've never even seen it of this scale. It's, what, a quad? Or sorry, yeah, it's 4 times as many players.
Plus one.
Plus one, as you would as you would see normally, which is absolutely phenomenal. You know, just to have such a large team present in one location to play a LAN like this against another team, and they're the best teams in the world. That's a huge, huge spectacle to witness.
Well, what's interesting here is now Fame didn't actually see what will Tornado do. They didn't spot anyone, so they cannot. No one can say they have any kind of advantage.
Yeah.
Like, they all left the game and that's it.
But you can see there's all of the tanks from Fame were spotted.
Yeah, Tornado actually, that's what I want to say. Tornado actually saw what is Fame doing, like if they were doing the same. So I believe you cannot, after a restart, that's important to know, you cannot change your tank lineup. So what you had, you still have. But Fame
can change what you do.
You can change what you do.
Exactly.
So this is the kind of thing that also these players have to have in mind now. They must be aware, okay, Tornado might have seen we have like 3 guys down and so on. So we are ready. I think players are ready.
Thankfully, yes, we've heard in our ear the players are actually ready. They're back connected into the game. We're going into our 6th round on Cliff. They've been neck and neck this whole way. Remember, guys, it's only up to 5 wins, so we're getting very close to having our winner here at Wargaming Fest in Moscow. 15v15 tournament, the first we've seen on this scale, even close to this scale here, especially at a LAN, is phenomenal to watch. So here we are, guys, our 6th round. 3-2 currently score in favor of Tornado. Let's see how this one goes.
If you are for Europe, guys, you need to cheer up now a lot, because it's super hard to come back on the last map on Ensk. If Tornado manages to take this round, it's gonna be 4-2 for them. Currently 3-2. And as we said before, Fame is now attacking and Tornado defending. Tornado playing with double RT and double light.
So we can see Fame is actually going for the same split that they were using originally, and Tornado is doing the exact same there, which is perfect. As you can see, all the tanks from Fame, the 277s and their heavies, going on the 2-line. We saw them use this against CSA. The lights here going towards the middle, obviously for that opening spot. That's going to be absolutely crucial in deciding what these teams are going to do to each other. Huge spot there coming out from both teams, managing to spot out the entire upper forces of 907s. And in fact, WZs, as you can see, Tornado is going to try and cross perhaps right now, but will Fame have them in a crossfire? That's absolutely crucial right now. Tornado has the spot in the 3-line. How are they going to react to this?
I think Tornado will push full head on, man, but Fame has a really good crossfire. Actually, that can bounce back badly on Tornado because Fame is not a rookie team. They're gonna not fall in luck at the Valley. Valley was deleted from the map like he was never there.
The HP is flying off Tornado right now as they are having to push into very defensive positions from Fame. They have the 907s in the back behind the building. They have 907s on the hill, behind the rocks, and they have these 277s that are actually engaging right now from the 3 and 4 line. That's huge right now because all of the mobile tanks from Tornado are getting slaughtered. HP is constantly falling. 907s in a triple, even a quad-way crossfire from Tornado. They are not looking too good right now, but they're trying their best. They're making a comeback, and Fame is actually the one in the crossfire now as they've done the repush. Tornado has the positions on the middle, they have the positions on the east and on the west side of the map, but they don't have the tanks anymore. 4 HP, 4k HP down.
Fame has the positions, as Niall said, and Fame has the numbers, which is more important. Also, Tornado has double RT here, which are carrying 1 HP from this 4.5k, which cannot help them that much. It's 1 shot per every 40 plus seconds. Only guys that are still lingering in a game is 2 907s and 1 light tank. That's gonna actually drop rather fast.
Over a third of the HP for Tornado now. Oh, even more, it's half sitting on their artilleries as their last 907 goes down positive and Random going down in the light. That's a heavy one for Tornado. And again, we come back to that 1-1 trade. Map for map, it's the same order. Tornado, then Fame, then Tornado, then Fame, and again,
these
Tornado
guys don't want to
and
waste
Fame.
time. These guys don't want to waste time. They're just driving forward. Okay, we lost, we realize it. Thank you, come again. Let's go play next.
They know exactly what went wrong there. They didn't react, Tornado in this case, didn't react to the information they received quick enough. So they immediately spotted out the 2 line from their 907 on the downside. They spotted out all the 277s from Fame. They spotted their mediums in the middle, but their 907s in the middle and their WZs were just not quick enough on the reaction.
We really must consider now, was Tornado debated, man? By the same play, sending again 3 heavies down, immediately playing defensive from the start, Fame hugging the mountain, creating a crossfire, letting Tornado in. And Tornado thinking, yeah, we have a couple of guys more, we're just gonna kill this side, and by the time the guys from the side come, it's gonna be done. It's not done. Veli died the moment he started crossing the line.
Exactly.
He was already dead and gone, man.
Yeah, the crucial thing you need to realize is the Fame 907s weren't just sitting in the open trading, they were behind buildings, they were side scraping, they were covering, and they were just holding their positions.
It was so
as best
suicidal by Tornado. Massive tactical mistake. Massive mistake I would not expect.
A mistake from them, but also a massive play from Fame to realize that, immediately get behind the buildings, know the weakness in their strategy, and move the 277s up immediately to crossfire. That was a perfect game plan from them, and it worked out, as you can see, you know, in an absolute perfect situation. The
this
lights
was a
here,
really good trade on the start. It's super crucial, important that you chase away the enemy light before you do any kind of aggressive play. So Fame was spotting, hugging some of the cover, but not most of them. And Kamil actually won the first engagement and managed to chase away the light tank.
Yeah, we could see immediately, even before this fight began.
Look at how aggressive Tornado is.
Yeah,
there is no
look
hesitation.
at the HP on Tornado. It's falling off them, and all of the Roy's Fame vehicles aren't even in the fight at that point, and they're just having to push onto all these defensive positions where they're being crossfired at every opportunity. You can see Failware just dropping down. It's just wasting time right now, while all the high HP 277s get into the fight from Fame. And it took 2 minutes from the beginning of the match, 2 minutes for the Tornado HP at the top there. You can see every time someone gets hit, it goes down a bit, but it was the entire bar was full of yellow because no one had been not hit, you know, within 2 seconds of each other.
What's important
I've never seen that before.
What's important is pushes like this. Like once the commander gives a command, go, you cannot really stay and get cold feet anywhere. Like when there's command, you must go. You can see Tornado. They're going in a crossfire, but they're just going and fighting for it because they know the only chance in such a situation to actually win is to kill the enemy faster than anything else happens. If it was a wrong call, it was a wrong call, you will play next game. But once it was made, you must commit every possible ounce of energy you have in it.
Yeah, these guys are very experienced. Obviously, they realize that instantly. As soon as those first 2 guys kind of start going for it, everyone else has to follow them. You can't just leave them out to dry.
They also know if you get killed in a game, you're not going to die in a chair, so better do it and do it as a team.
Yeah, as long as you do it together, that's the key thing, especially on 15v15. It was very important in 7v7, but even more so here, that you need to operate as a team because the enemy has so much firepower. There was a huge amount of 907s and 277s ready in a crossfire from Fame. If you just sent like 3 or 4 907s, they're going to die in about 2 seconds, and you're not going to get anything out of it.
Next map will be Ensk, and this is a map where actually Fame has a chance to take 2-0. I think from all of the maps I've seen, only one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd necessarily agree with this would be the 2-0 map. I think if it was anything...
I think it's more probably 1-1, but
I think
from
it's
all of the one I've seen, this
we could go to a tiebreaker. Who would have thought? You know, going into this, you might think, oh, it'll be close. It'll be, you know, a 5-3 maybe. It'd be about as close as you put it. But you can never expect tiebreakers. Tiebreakers are so hairline. You need to have millimeters between the teams to actually get there because it just, you know, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like that constant, that's very hard to maintain. But both teams are going full speed, 100% to that victory podium, and it's going to be whoever gets his hand on that trophy first.
Of course, because you guys don't know that if it happens that we come to a tiebreaker, it's gonna be Himmelsdorf again. By the rulebook, by default, Himmelsdorf was from the start a tiebreaker map, and all of the teams were aware of it. So they had a banning phase. As far as we saw, Fame banned Steps and Mines.
Obviously, yeah.
Yes, because they were not played on European competitions because of a bit of a gimmicky nature. Steps being camping map, and
Mine's been very difficult to play.
Really kind of centered on just usually quick brawl on a center without any kind of mine play. So
yeah, it's not even
a lot of
tactical
RNG.
like on Cliff. On
And
Cliff, you have a lot of
Tornado then banned Live Oaks, which they never play, and they chose to ban Sand River. That leaves Murovanka, who was still in a pool of the maps, but since the tiebreaker was preset, you can say the fifth banned map was Murovanka. So no one wanted to play with the Magic Forest.
Yeah, I think Murovanka is not very popular at all on 15v15.
No, we've barely seen it. I don't think on the last tournament we've actually
saw
seen it a
once.
single time.
Yeah, and that was like 7 or 8 games or something. To not see a map a single time.
A single time.
No teams liked it. That was 8 teams. So if 8 teams don't like it, obviously there's maybe.
Yeah, we're gonna have to think about that map.
Yeah, that map maybe won't make too many further appearances, at least on Europe. Anyway, on future, hopefully some future clan tournaments, as we've seen a couple already this year. We can obviously hope to see some more next year, because as we're witnessing right now in these kind of games, this is great stuff to watch, especially when you have the caliber of teams like that are sitting behind us here. Fame and Tornado, top of their game right now, and they'll only get better.
This is a huge curve of a learning experience for everyone who watches this. It's hyper hard, of course, to repeat something like this, but to be honest, when I started playing the game, I couldn't see a single VOD of any competition or clan war anywhere. Everything I had to learn was when someone was beating the you-know-what of me, and then I would watch a replay and see, oh, so that happened.
Yeah, replays is such an important thing. To be able to go out and train against other teams, it's the best training you
or
can
just
do.
see.
Yeah, to just see
you
how
get
teams
such
are playing
ideas
against each
from
other,
that.
yeah. So here we are, guys. What are we at now? 7th round.
7th round.
No one could have predicted it would go that far immediately. And Ensk is our map for this. So we've gone 3 maps so far: Prokhorovka, Himmelsdorf, and Cliff. All of them going 1-1. All of them going in the same order, with Tornado taking the first round and then the return. And that's
we're
a
going to have a
restart
slight
game.
restart.
And Fame taking the second round. So
But
again,
I've
guys,
seen
another
1,
technical
2, 6, 8 in Fame team and 1 E3, only 2 TDs, and I see 3 E3s on Tornado. That's what I managed to get a glimpse on. And when you have 3 E3s, that's a really heavily centered play. So let's see, Tornado is playing a defense, so they will be on the southern side. Northern side of the map.
I think it's the north side, yeah.
Yeah, north side is the defense, and Fame will be attacking from down. So they're attacking from down with 1, 2, 6, 8, and 1, 8, 3. Maybe that's kind of a split push from the green side.
Well, typically what you see when you see a lot of those E3s is you've got one position on the city, which is I think the 5 line or the 4 line, where you have a window control that actually gives you a lot of spotting.
And you push with 2 guys down the rail.
And you push the 2 E3s down the rail. And why would you do that, you might think? You put a spall liner on them and you put them versus type 5s, which is obviously very prevalent on
It's still how you focus fire, because they provide you the vision, and then your team who is sitting in the back is not taking damage, but they're doing the damage. So it's a gamble, like will your team shoot well enough, will they create good crossfire enough? It's also how is the enemy team positioned, because if they're on left or right side of the rail, makes all the difference actually.
Yeah. There we can see some of the brains behind the Fame team in front of us. Joster on the right, Zaf there to his left, and I think it's Insane just off camera there.
The fabled Joster.
Or Stefan it is there. I think Insane is sitting in there somewhere. I think they're all sitting together. They wanted to sit together, you know? You put all the big brains in one spot to
If someone starts yelling, you can smack him.
Exactly. It's a good way to calm people down, obviously, if you're sitting directly beside them. As soon as they make a bad play, you can go, what are you doing? Like, come on.
Okay, давай, here we go.
So 7th round again on Fame versus Roids here in Moscow, 15v15. We've never seen something on this scale to date. Wargaming Fest 2018, hopefully on the onwards and upwards for EU. You gotta cheer for them, guys. Let them know you're supporting them. Let them know everywhere, on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook, wherever you're watching, let them know you're there for them.
We need to remind everyone, this is best of 9, so first to 5, and it's already 3-3.
Yeah, that's very important. This could potentially be our last map. If one of these teams edges out and breaks the mold that we've seen so far, they could end it here, or we'll go to our tiebreaker, which will be Himmelsdorf back again. And a huge commitment right now from Fame on the city. You don't often see that on this map. And just leaving the types on the 5 line.
Fame is attacking, as you said, from the lower side. A lot of city commitments. They didn't choose the green side. They chose actually play city together with the 268 Type 5s. Are holding off the middle. You need to have an anchor somewhere, and they're gonna progress along the rail if there is opportunity. But this Tornado is actually facing them with larger force here. This can be a massacre, but there is so much damage done to Tornado. Look at the numbers here. More than 30,000 damage here in the play. Health.
Both teams right now prized on the corners, clashing into each other as Tornado is getting a few tanks caught out, but at the same time, Fame is taking huge amount of damage as they're trying to push into very defensive positions. There's HP flying off both of the teams right now as they try and push each other out. Well, you can see there's 2 Tornado tanks on the east side of the map. They are being useless right now. Fame is moving their Type 5s from the base. They're trying to get them into this fight, but Tornado is not giving them an inch. They are holding all of these positions. They have a lot of HP on these types, and they are going to try and resist this push from Fame.
Our Tornado is actually doing it well so far. They're getting tanks behind the Fame. There is the crossfire here. There is no crucial advantage here for Fame, although they have the HP. They deleted Titor and Positive so fast, but they're 50 Bs, and now the crucial tanks in Fame team are trying to fall apart a bit.
Left and right, tanks are dropping right now as Tornado pushes in. They take damage, they go back, they take damage. Fame doing the exact same thing right now, but in the same time, Tornado has 2 tanks out of the fight towards the base. But Fame is actually being encircled right now because they haven't been able to make an effective push. They haven't broken the Tornado line right now.
Come on, Deja, you need to pen these shots. You cannot let random survive like this. Tornado, only thing that's going for Fame now, that's actually the number of the guns. They still have more of them, but these guys are slowly coming from the back. If they manage to join the main team from Tornado, they will win. But
Fame
if
needs
they
to
manage
go
to
faster. They need to go faster.
They need to kill S7 and Type 5 on one line, and that will be the road to victory.
Because right now the Tornado tanks are being distracted. They have 2 E3s that are not useful, and in the meantime Fame is overtaking the 1-2 line. This is the correct play. They need to clear a flank. They have an advantage on vehicles, but it won't last forever.
BioB is down, so they won the 1 line, and I think Fame can actually finally stabilize their lines. Finally after such time. I would say about 1500 HP advantage, but that's a crucial at this moment because they managed, although they were pushing entire time, to hold that advantage. Now it's 2K. Let us see, do not get perma-checked.
A 2K advantage on a match like this is very important. You can see Zaf here is using it. 2K HP against just 1.2 remaining on that Super Conk, but he might be perma-tracked there. He's got to watch out.
Yeah, but Aggressive is alone here, and Fame realized that. Look at the counter push on the lower side, immediately catching him off. He's perma-checked. Engine is down. He's on 1 shot. He's deleted.
This is really important right now from Fame. They're actually managing to single out the Tornado tanks and finish them off. Tornado doesn't have the HP anymore. They're 4K down with only 2K left on their own. This is huge for Fame right now. They're breaking the mold. They're taking this Nth ground. All they need to do is clean up.
You don't have to be a space engineer to know that Fame is getting this round in his pocket. And this is, mark my word, first time on this tournament they're actually taking the lead. This is a crucial point.
It took us all the way to 7 rounds before we saw someone break the mold on this tournament, and here they have broken it in a spectacular fashion. You couldn't even track and keep up with the brawl like that. Both teams just mashing into each other, as we've seen time and time and time again. It's only been 1 cliff round that we haven't seen that sort of an engagement, and here Fame was coming out on top for the first time, taking the initial round on a map. If the prophecy holds true, where they're winning their 2nd rounds, they could end it right here.
If Fame managed to take the next round, I'm just not gonna be happy. I'm gonna just say, I told you so. It's more important even.
So here we go, Fame breaking the mold and actually pulling into the lead for the first time in this match, and it's coming not a moment too late, all the way to a 4-3. This is Tornado's opportunity now. The mold was broken on that one. They need to break it again, and they need to take the 2nd round because they don't have any more chances. If Fame takes the next one, that's it. It's 1st to 5. So if Tornado doesn't manage to take this one, they're going home, and they're not taking that big trophy with them.
Tornado is attacking and Fame will be the tanking, but there we go, there are the replays of this fight. Super aggressive start from the Fame, as you've seen. A little of mind play with that 268, I would say. Initial pressure and deleting Theodore and Positive in the start turned out to be crucial, because when you have those 50 Bs, you don't want to have them dead after the first clip. You wanted them to run away with 100 HP, whatever, man, so they can do initial damage and rotations later, and more damage later, and more damage later.
So guys, there's never been a time like now to let Fame know you're supporting them. Let them hear you. They're surrounded here by Russians in Moscow. You need to shout at them from all the way back in
We're
Europe.
currently shouting.
We're
like
shouting
louder.
for you, but you need to help us and shout all over the internet right now. Cheer these guys on. They could break the mold and be the first European team to beat the Russians here in Moscow at Wargaming Fest. There's no better place to do so.
I think we're louder than all the audience behind us at the moment, but never mind that.
Oh, I hope my voice holds up for the last round, let's call it, or maybe the last 2 rounds. It's going to be in the hands of Royce, and you can see just an absolute mash of tanks.
I was
into each
really
other the whole
surprised in
round.
one moment. You know, you had that little yellow speck, Mikhailov, staying alive in the middle of 10 Fame tanks inside of those buildings.
Yeah.
And he survived for so long. I was like, why is this guy still alive? Why is this guy still alive? Why is he still alive?
Yeah, even though Fame takes that round, you can't ignore the fact that Tornado put up a great defense in the city, considering they were on the back foot for most of that fight, I would argue.
I would say loss of those 250Bs at the end, like, yeah, we're all generals after the battle, right?
Yeah.
But at the end, it proves crucial because they didn't do additional clips. And I don't think they even did initial clips.
Yeah.
For it, like something later.
I think the key reason that Tornado actually lost that engagement is they had so many tanks stuck on that middle road. I think it's about D.
Yeah, it took them quite a while to come from the back.
And yeah, they were kind of sitting there just trading. They were trading from 2 or 3 different angles the whole time. And that's just a bad situation.
They couldn't use the normal way to come to the city because of all of those TIE 5s that were initially in the middle. So you don't want TIE 5 to hit your side armor, best armor, of course. So they had to go through the back.
There. Not a lot of happy faces. They have to turn this one around. Obviously, everyone is very serious, very concentrated.
It's not a beach, man. It's not a beach, bro.
Yeah, but the teams, you can see the strat sketch open right there, heavily debating what they're going to be doing next as we go into round number 8. And that is going to be the second side on Ensk. We've seen them neck and neck the whole time. Prokhorovka, 1-1. Himmelsdorf, 1-1. Cliff, 1-1. And here we have a little bit of a switch around here where Fame is taking the first round on Ensk. But are they going to take the second? That is the question. That is the question.
After 7 years of this game, will it happen that European team beats a Russian one on finals in Russia? First time.
There isn't a better place to do it. There isn't a better place to do it than from here at Wargaming Fest in Moscow.
I want it to happen so I can put a picture and say I was there.
I was there. I know exactly where I was. I was right in front of that big stage where you can see both of these teams battling it out inch for inch on every single fight so far. Nobody's throwing away tanks just willy-nilly and giving up the fight. They fight until the last second.
Oh, they can feel it, man, and they're very nervous.
Oh, we got a little bit of an insight there into the strat sketch. Thanks for that, Stefan. I think that tactic's a little bit familiar. I may have played it before myself.
I guess you did once or twice.
Once or twice. So, Fame, what do they need to do for this round to keep that momentum
Keep it cool.
going? Keep it cool.
Keep it really cool. They're defending.
And you think engaging with Tornado was a good way to play this map? Just
it was
going
a really
for the
surprising tactics. Like this was a, let's say, this was a super high risk, super high reward kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because they were on back foot all the time. You don't usually expect something like this, and Tornado even brought most of their tanks in the city, and they still didn't hold their ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Few details prevailed, the 50Bs on bad position, guys from rotating back, potato, whatever.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
It's a huge risk what Fame did.
Yeah, it's a huge thing to travel to a foreign country, to play a LAN against a team you've never played before, you don't have a lot of experience playing, and you don't have a lot of information about how they're going to play, and to play such aggressive strats the whole
take
time.
some balls, man. Cojones,
that sends a big message as well to Tornado that EU is not rolling over for this one. There's no 7-2, there's no 5-1 wins or anything like that that they may have been used to in the past in 7v7. This is a whole different ball game. They're playing against Europe's best, and they've put up their best as well, but they have to bring them in for this last round or they're going home.
Yeah, we already said, when, it's now, man. 15 on 15 is the first format where we can say we can actually compete against CS region. Like CS region,
and not just compete, start leading.
Maybe even win.
Start leading, maybe win.
CS region has so many players, like bigger pool of people you can pull out from and take out the quality guys and so on. But after this, they're gonna have to start to think, even if they win, they're going to have to start thinking what's going on.
Because on the next tournament then, if that happens in the future where we see these two teams again battling it out, that's going to be even better. Can you just imagine it, to see another one of these maybe next year,
I can imagine
down the line?
I can imagine quite a lot because I've seen quite a lot of tournaments.
We have seen quite a lot of tournaments, but we haven't seen this. We haven't seen Europe leading in the final, so close to the end, potentially being able to take this one away from the Russians here live in Moscow.
Closest I've seen is when Kazna was leading against Wombats in Cologne and 4-1, and then they lost 5-4. But that was on European soil even,
Yeah. on foreign soil like this to bring it so hard to the Russians right here from Europe, like that's a big message. And to play aggressive the whole time, it's not like they're just playing aggressive strats, they're playing really aggressive strats, and some of them are risky. Some of them require a lot of coordination between the players, they require a lot of brawls, and they're brawling against the best players in the world. Like that takes big cojones.
Don't have all the fun over there. We're here cheering for Fame too, you know. The Roy's boys bringing it home for EU.
Hello, mate. Hello, mate.
We can
you
indeed
forgot
hear
about
you.
us, I think. We're here and we're like going, come on, guys.
It's only the game, man. It's all about the game.
We're waiting. We literally were waiting there. We're gonna help you build up that energy. We're waiting, and then I heard that the Fame's computer's down, and we're waiting for an extra minute. So you know we have to wait, but we're gonna join you on this entrance to this battle for the match point. We're gonna join you because we're excited too, guys.
Yeah, man, this suspends the excitement in this room here in the studio.
There's stuff happening.
We're like, come on!
Yeah, this could be the moment, the first time in 7 years that it could finally happen. So let's, start cheering or keep on cheering for Fame. They've shown great games so far. They are taking Tornado slowly but surely apart. And come on, just one more round. You can do it, Fame. Let's go.
One more time. So let's get it started, okay? We're gonna start it here in the studio. You gotta continue it out there. We have about, and the chat, come on, right? It's Team EU, right? We're gonna be going for the Roids or Fame, or however you wanna know them, and we're gonna build that energy, all right, guys? So we're going into this final battle, and it's gonna be the final battle, right? We're gonna win it right here. There's no tie, it's gonna be solid. They're indestructible, right? They're gonna win. It was predetermined. We knew this. All right. So, Viva Victoria! Yeah, no. Okay, ready? EU! 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 All right, guys, take it away. We're going to give you the support. I give you all the blessing. Good luck.
And here we go, guys, into round number 8. Could this be it? Roids, or Fame, in fact, versus Tornado here in Moscow at Wargaming Fest 2018. Could be our final round, 4-3.
We have double VKs.
A brand new pick coming out. A brand new pick coming out.
The premium VKs, like not the Panzer 7s.
It's better than the Panzer 7.
Of course, because of heat and armor and stuff.
Yeah, and it was buffed recently. And we're seeing immediately Fame again going for the 1-2-3 line, pushing into the city aggressively, but Tornado doesn't want any of it this time. They're playing a bit more conservative, they're moving towards the east side of the map, and they're playing non-aggressive this time. Could this be the fact that they are on the ropes right now?
The tanks are thundering, the Fame is pushing through the city again, and for Tornado keep several defending tanks, but look at this, a 50B, a Super Conqueror, a 50B matching these tanks, close combat, doesn't seem smart, man.
Right now there's a huge spot from Tornado on all of the Fame vehicles. They're getting spotted out, they understand exactly where they're coming from, so this is where we will see our clash. This is where we will see our tiebreaker or our winner decided. Fame huge right now in the city, but Tornado's come back to meet them.
Yostra, this was careful, mate. Fabled Unicorn, you need to ditch. Nice, he used repair and ran away. Fame left one tank on A0 line. If you're wondering why, he will be hidden behind the buildings and keep a spot and crossfire with his teammates. He's very safe position. You need a couple of tanks to kill him and you can take tons of damage while doing so. Also, I don't think Fame will push now. They just took initial positions. Now they will stop. They must stop because they know Tornado has too many tanks here. Guys, this will be a suicide. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah, so Fame going for the initial engagement with them, but they didn't get it. That means they have to go back. They've lost a bit of HP in doing so, but it's not game-losing
Really connecting
right
one
yet.
shot with his E4 from that window. Every shot of damage stacks up and counts, guys. Every shot of damage stacks up and counts.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to peek much against that E3 though, that's covering that street completely. A perfect position for it. They're fully hull down, basically impenetrable, and an amazing gun. As you can see, Fame is actually completely starting to abandon this side now. They're moving their VKs back, moving the 113s, moving their Super Conks. Everybody is relocated.
Pretty much identical HP on both teams. No losses so far, 2 minutes into the game. Tornado has to play aggressive, but they need to be cautious because they know everything is on the line. This game is it. They needed to win it so they can go to the tiebreaker. Fame, if they win it, they have a long, long, long needed European dream of winning it.
So let them hear you guys, let them know you're supporting them as we see the 8th round here. Tornado versus Fame. Fame leading one at the moment, potentially going for the win, but they're not getting it quickly this round anyway, as we're 3 minutes in and there's no clear advantages right now, except for the fact that Tornado has more map control, and that's important right now. They have the rail control.
Oh, this is huge.
And there's a huge crossing coming out now from Fame, but Tornado has a response. They have guys aiming down the 8 line,
They're not
aiming
on
down
time
the
yet.
7. They're not letting them cross for free, and there's huge damage coming out right now against Fame.
There's gonna be engagement here. Mikhailov will fall for sure, but he has cover from the back. I don't think still he has enough. Ilian is on one shot. He's being pincered down by a couple of guys from the lower side of the map, but there is a cover from his teammates. So Fame is actually now playing all 3 lanes of the map: city, center, and the green field.
HP is just dropping off both teams right now as they trade down the rails. This is a huge individual player fight right now, but in the same time, Tornado is making a re-engagement. They're pushing the 1-2-3 line. They have a HP advantage, and they're going to use it. Tornado is driving forward. The 2 Super Kongs, supported by the 50B coming through the city. They're going to start smashing into Fame's side, who are a bit split right now. They're a little bit disorganized, and they're low on HP. They need to bring this one back.
3,000 HP advantage here for Tornado, but they still have to push into the Fame, and it's only 2 tanks down each, so everything is still available here. Papa on his Type 5, he doesn't have a repair kit anymore, he doesn't have an ammo rack on a Type 5. That's a really, really bad mojo.
Papa going down there in the Type 5, and it's just one more vehicle that Fame doesn't have right now, and they need them all. They're 5k HP behind Tornado. Tornado's push through the city went well, but they're getting a re-push right now, but Tornado is split up. They're made a crossbar. Fame is not going to be able to push into this, and they're running too low on HP. This is going terribly.
This is going down the roller coaster in a really, really too fast, and they wait for Fame. 4k HP advantage for Tornado, and they're stacking the number of those guns. If something critical doesn't happen really fast, this is going sour for Fame. I think the field view is lost. They have a couple of guys stuck on bad positions. In a city, they're better at center. They managed to take out Mon Diablo, but they're really well defensive there. They cannot get pushed.
Right now, Camille getting slowly pushed out by Tornado as they sense the opportunity closing in. He's about to get sandwiched here. The E4 actually misses his shot, but he's being sandwiched to the back as well as the 0 line. But near you out of the 0, actually going down to the 113s that are supporting Camille in the back. No, he didn't make it around the corner, and that's just too late for Fame. 5k HP down, too few vehicles. There's no opportunity for a comeback here. Fame not taking it all the way, and we're going to a tiebreaker, guys. We're going to a tiebreaker here at Wargaming Fest. Europe versus Russia. You can't get any closer.
Still not tiebreaker. The guys are fighting for their lives, but the chances are realistically less than 1% to win something like this. Insane with a dead ammo rack, with this slow reloading tank. Yeah, it's not gonna fire another one. Failure on one shot. Never mind that. Deha is down, sorry. Kerry Berry taking BioB down, but Ilian taken down. He's been on 100 health the entire game at Diador. So we have only Failure and Berry there, both on 100 HP.
Yeah, Fame not getting the brawl they wanted to in the 1-2-3 line, and that actually lost them that round because they were all spotted out. There was nowhere they could push into, and then you saw they had to make a rotation. And the problem with rotations on Ensk is the map is only 600 meters tall.
You take a lot of damage.
From one end to the other, you got one guy spotting, and they do huge damage on the cross, and that's where this game was lost. It was on that crossing on the 6-7 line.
If you're wondering why did Fame even push like that, because they saw they cannot push the city, and they were slowly pincered from other side of the map. They knew they will have a tank loss that they cannot cope with, so they decided to do something preemptively and risk it. You know, you have to risk it in this game sometimes. Just didn't pay off, man.
Tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
We have gone to a tiebreaker.
Anyway, I was right, man. I said tiebreaker first and then I changed my mind.
Oh, and then you changed your mind. Sure, I could say all of the scores one by one, change my mind, and I'll get one of them.
Yeah, I know it's one guy who's doing
tiebreaker,
this.
guys, all the way to the wire here against these two teams, the two best 15v15 teams in the world, Tornado and Fame from Europe and Russia. Two titans battling it out right now for all of us to witness, and it is every single round is getting better and better and better.
You can see that Tornado plays with a lot of respect. They returned so many tanks immediately, and they didn't counter-push Fame at that moment at all.
Yeah, they didn't feel confident.
No, they were waiting. They were waiting to see will something happen, and there were a lot of exchanges until Tornado actually managed to push a couple of tanks around and do something with them. They were not pressing hard at all. And here we can see the double HP advantage already for Tornado. Them pretty much playing an anchor in a city, not pushing, just getting those walls with the side of their TDs, so only their frontal parts would be visible. covering them with a couple of tanks, and majority of tanks trying to play the rail and green side. Slowly, from couple of angles, inch by inch.
Yeah, Tornado just immediately getting the information out in the 1-2 line and just going, hang on a second. Let's stop, let's hold against this push, and let's let them make the mistake. And that's very important because it put Fame in the driving seat, but the problem is they were on the wrong gear. They were in the wrong speed and they were in the wrong lane because they went on the 1-2-3 line, they got no engagement, and on a map like Ensk where you can't rotate your full team, you simply can't do it. They were between a rock and a hard place. They just went for the rotation. It was that or push into a crossfire of about 10 guys over an open street. That's going to be a loss whichever way you butter it, because Tornado is not a team that does a bad crossfire. Whenever they have a position set up like that, you peek 1 foot over a line that you're not supposed to, they'll take it off.
Well, that's those maps, 4-4. We've seen quite a lot. We know which is the next map. It's gonna be Himmelsdorf. We've seen it already twice. We've seen really interesting plays. If you remember Fame pushing from the rail side, having a huge fight on K-line with the Tornado who was playing on lower
but
side.
The reaction was too slow.
Yeah, and we had again fight on the top of the hill, so completely opposite side, kind of the game. After that, and really interesting personal reactions by everyone in both teams. How will you deal with this or that situation? Fame taking the upper hand with just 10% quicker reactions there.
Yeah, we saw both sides of Himmels, but there is a third side which I want to touch on. So we saw the one-line push from Fame, and then we saw the hill roll. We didn't see the middle courtyard, which we have seen a lot of times been very successful, but at the same time we've seen it being very, very bad for some teams that don't understand exactly
it's probably
how
the riskiest
to do it.
one. It's probably the riskiest one.
It's risky, it's true, but look at the map tactic. It's everyone on the 0 line. I don't know, maybe that's their one from earlier. Stefan, put it away. Don't let Tornado see it. There we go. Good boy, Stefan. But we could see a massive middle engagement, which is...
There he goes again.
But in that massive middle engagement, if you judge that wrong, and they don't have a lot of tanks there, and
Please,
they're all
Mr.
on the hill,
Cameraman, we don't
and they're all on the 1-2 line, then you're actually going to end up pushing into nothing. And that can lose you the round right from the beginning. Stefan, put it away! He keeps putting it back up again. There we go. As you can see the crowd here gathering just behind us in front of the stage. All the way to a tiebreaker, guys. Who could have predicted that? I don't think anyone could really say, oh, you know, they're going to go all the way. It's going to be neck and neck, you know, every single fight. Nobody was saying that. Everyone said, Tornado's going to, you know, you've got the guys in the Tornado camp that are like, oh, okay, they're just going to be better overall. They're just a better team. Fame isn't really going to be able to take it off them. Then you have the guys on the other side of the argument, like us, that were going to say that, oh, Fame is just a better team. They're practiced more. They've, you know, a lot of WGL players that played for
I've actually thought in a start 5-3 or 5-4 for Fame. That was my initial assessment.
I said 5-3 as well for Fame.
Yeah.
Was my
prediction. You know, it's still Tornado. So like after those first 2 games, I was thinking, yeah, tiebreaker, more like it. But still, Ensk was the biggest possibility for Fame to actually take both runs. That's how I saw it.
But I see a lot of possibilities on Himmels as well. That's not a bad map for Fame.
No, it's not a bad map. But so far, I would have there is a slight advantage for Tornado in way of thinking. Like we also, I don't know actually who is picking the side. We can think about that. Let's see.
I think it should be the fastest attack.
It should be fastest attack.
That's got to be Cliff, right?
So
that's got to be Cliff when Tornado.
We have Prokhorovka won by Fame in attack. No, no. Sorry.
No,
it was both
Tornado.
defenses won.
One by Tornado.
Himmelsdorf. We have won.
We had 2 quick, actually, Himmelsdorf, if we remember that.
Again, defense is won.
Yeah.
Cliff, attack won by Tornado, attack won by Fame. Which was faster?
On Cliff, it would be Fame's. Because Tornado pushed through the center. As soon as Tornado went through the center, they got crossfired.
They pushed the center while they were defending, and they died much faster than they were killing the Fame.
It took 6 or 7 minutes.
So Fame should be able to pick a side here because Ensk was by far not the fastest one.
Yeah, for sure.
So in our opinion,
we'll have to see what the app will say. We'll have to see what the app will say.
Have to see.
We'll obviously have the numbers to deal that out, but just on quick inspection, I think it should be Fame picking the side, which is obviously an advantage. You've got more tactics. You can pick and choose. Then we want to play this one or we want to play that.
If they pick, they're going to pick defense. There is no point in picking attack when you are playing a tiebreaker.
Yeah,
you never know.
But
still, man, like defense means like you don't have to win by capping or whatever.
Oh,
like you have the time also.
Look at the map. Stefan, put it away. There we go.
Mind please.
Oh, you can see the Tornado Tornado one, and you know what I see on it? I see a lot of rings around the center of the map. We could see a huge engagement right now.
That's what I call an equal trade, so we can see both teams what they're doing, man.
So we can have a bit of insight. You can see the Tornado guys there standing up, talking to each other, discussing. Nobody's leaving anything on the line for this map.
Valley in the back there, he was tactician for his team in Gold League also, a good one. Playing a lot of aggressive team tactics. I'm wondering how much is he influencing these kind of choices now.
Well, I think you've got so many guys in Tornado who could influence those sorts of choices. You've got so many well-experienced players. As soon as you say something, you've got 14 other guys who are so experienced, they can all have some input on it.
Didor, Nesquik,
yeah,
near you.
You could name half the team at that point. And you could do the same for the European team, FAME. You could go through and list about 7 of them.
Hey, it's still gonna be a couple of guys with, cojones to make decisions.
Yeah, well, that's true, but at the same time, all the players have an input because they know how to play their positions best. And, a lot of the time, there's a lot of strength to be given to someone saying that, I can do this position. Let me do it. I can make the play here. I understand, particularly when you have lights, obviously we won't see them on Himmels, but particularly when you have lights like Camille and Papa who can say, you know what, I can spot that 2 line. And they go and they do it.
I wanted to ask you one thing, because you're much closer to these players than anyone. How does it look to you that the guys who never play in the LAN, how are they performing here?
Well, it's difficult to inspect the individual performances, but the key thing you need to have a look at is that nobody is sticking out as being a weak point.
It's actually what I exactly wanted to say. Like when someone sticks out too bad, you immediately see it. But if everything is like this, that means everyone is playing as a part of the group.
Exactly. Everyone's doing the job they need to do. They're not letting their team down. Obviously, you've got a misplay here and there. I mean, they're all human. They make mistakes, but that's how it is. But, left and right, individual mistakes here and there, but nobody is consistently making anything, which is important because we had a lot of guys from both teams with LAN experience, but not everyone. And being able to perform like that on a big stage like this, in front of a lot of people in front of them, a lot of noise, the whole stage vibrates every time somebody shoots, even in this game, and we can feel it all the way from the casting desk. Our bottles of water and everything have been hopping off the desk. We have to keep a hand on them, that they're actually rolling away because the noise is so loud in this venue.
These boys here getting ready finally to brawl with each other. I'm really, really hoping and cheering it's gonna be finally the Europe's day. That's how we see it. But no matter what happens, we're gonna see a huge fight here.
Yeah, no matter what happens,
there's no question about it.
You can say both teams stepped up.
4-4, man, 4-4.
There's no excuse to say that, this team was clearly dominant in the match. You can't even begin to make that sort of assumption because both teams were going neck and neck, round for round. Not a single one of these teams took 2 straight rounds on any of the maps. That's 4 maps in a row to just trade 1 for 1 on. I can't remember the last time I've seen that. Never mind a tiebreaker on a LAN in Russia with the European team.
Come here, we're gonna make a selfie with 4-4 behind us right now. Right here, right now.
I was there.
So we have this. Come on, bro. There we go.
I'm gonna lean off the camera.
There we go. There we go.
We were there and on the line as well.
We know this. This is the crucial moment. This is a crossover for Europe, bro. We're gonna have it.
Luke, Mayland and Sil in the studio. How are you guys feeling about this one?
We may not be able to do the selfie on the stage. We're locked in the back, but we're here.
It's time for us to do the selfie here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we should do that too.
The selfie to the. Well, it's not the same. Okay, you're the lucky ones, but we are watching this. And do you really think it is mind games? Revealing the map to the. Okay, the Russians might know. Do they have their phones on them? Are they not allowed their phones and stuff like that?
Well, I guess on the professional, real big production, you usually get the phone taken away before you enter the stage. But I don't know anything. So.
Oh, okay. No 100% thing here, but they shouldn't, right?
Yeah.
But if they did, is it a high chance that they know that this could leak and that they're just revealing it to the cameras? Is it like
the tactics we just saw on Stefan's screen there, especially, there was like 3 or 4 different ones.
So you don't even know which one it is anyway.
Exactly.
Okay. So it's safe.
That goes in their favor. Yeah.
Okay, good. What do you think? What do you think, really? The whole thing. You haven't really heard you talk about this match. What do you think? These are your brothers too,
Oh yeah, it's really the constant back and forth. Like run 1 round on each map for each team really shows how close those teams are. Yeah, on what high level they are competing against each other, and yeah, just love to see that again.
But don't overhype too much because we risk jinxing them.
Don't blame me. It's not my fault. They played bad, they lost. Okay, they didn't play bad. They were outplayed. Tornado was better slightly, whatever, but it was not my fault, I swear.
It's a fair game. It's very interesting to watch. It just keeps you glued to the screen because you have genuinely no idea who's going to win.
Absolutely not. And well, we still know. We still know it's certain. It was predicted ahead of time.
Yeah.
Right? So we still think it's going to be a 5-4, right? We always thought that, right?
Well, it's gonna be a 5-4 for sure, but just for which team? No.
You see what I mean? No, to Europe. I speak in Europe's term, okay? Or 4-5. Oh my God. Okay then, guys, what do you think? It's definitely gonna come home for EU? Is there any doubts in your minds?
I think Milan is a heathen. We're gonna burn him on stake for doubting it for any moment here. 5-4 for EU, must be.
All right. Well, we're going to find out very soon, aren't we? Niall, how are you doing, mate?
No doubts, but I'm almost scared to even, imagine it in my head that it won't come true. It's just, we've been so many years, I think it's 7, maybe even 7.5 years waiting for a moment like this for Europe to take it all the way to a tiebreaker in a big final like this against Russia. In Russia. You couldn't get a better location to do it in, and I just absolutely can't wait for the result.
Moscow with love, man.
From Moscow with love, and all the way back to someone's home with that trophy is what we're all dreaming of course. To be able to witness finally Europe lifting the world trophy above the heads of the Russians.
I think our players are getting ready while we are speaking, and we're going to finally see which one of A, B, C, D, E, F, G tactics they actually picked to play. Because there was a variety of choices there.
Taken all out of Zaf's big book of tactics that
you can't fall to one plan. You can't fall, like on this kind of level of the play, you can have only one play. You have to have a covers and follow-ups.
So we should be going into our tiebreaker round, guys. Keep in mind it's Himmelsdorf as predetermined by the rules, and Fame, I think, was given the choice for which side they want to attack or defend on because they had the faster attack on Cliff.
Considering what I saw the placings, it looked like they were from defending side, but let's see.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes now, but here we are, guys. The final, Europe versus Russia, Fame versus Roids, Wargaming Fest 2018, a 15v15 LAN, never before seen in this game, and this is your tiebreaker. You couldn't ask for it to be any closer.
Fame. Fame versus Tornado here. Niryu playing a bachat, Server and Positive, and Diador now playing those 50Bs, Fable ones. BioB playing Type 5, it's only one super heavy on Tornado side, and Tornado is actually playing a defense here. So Fame, did they choose attack? I will need to see that later. Alpha on 268-4, and Kamil on a bachat. 250Bs, Fili and Stefan.
But we're seeing exactly what we predicted from Tornado, which is a big play in the middle, while Fame is doing a bit more of a conventional split, sending a couple of guys, 4 guys to defend on the 1-2-3 line, moving the rest of the tanks to the hill, and then a couple of guys defending on the mid. They've spotted out a lot of Tornado vehicles. They know what they're doing. They don't know exactly what's on the 0 line, but they can predict they'll be up there, because the only reason to play the field is to also play for that hill control.
This is dangerous. This is the big play from Tornado, playing aggressive with this bachat, following with 5 tanks that are not spotted. No one knows where they are. Fame has a lot of forces committing toward the 2-3 line, which is rather empty. Niryu got check here, so Kamil does have an advantage, but there will be a follow-up by the tanks from Tornado. Kamil, experienced player as he is, he doesn't fall for a trap, he's keeping the spot, so Niryu knew he had to pull back. Kamil also has an advantage in reload.
What's really important right now is Niryu didn't get the spots on all of the Fame vehicles on the hill, and the same goes for Kamil as well. He didn't spot out all of the Tornado vehicles.
This is not the best thing, because Tornado is in way more offensive positions here. Same amount of HP now, the crossfires are coming in, but Tornado is pressing harder than Fame now. Fame is a bit defensive on that 8 line and 2-3 line.
Yeah, there's a bit of a stagnation on the hill right now as both teams are pushing into each other, but they're not overcommitting. Papa going down and Tornado just sharing the HP between them, trying to make the focus fire, and in the same time the brawl is going on all over the courtyard. The 1-2-3 line being wrapped up right now by Fame, but they don't have control over the middle, and they're losing control on the hill. HP going all over the place right now. Fame in a slight advantage, but it's not going to hold forever. They're going to get repushed now. Server has a full clip. He's supported by Niryu. He's going to make it. He makes 2 shells, and he can make 2 more now. 3rd shell, and he's going to finish it off. Just Stefan left from Fame on the hill. They've lost the control of that, and that is really important. This is down to the wire.
This is down to the wire. Fame is holding that new position on zero line. We never saw. He's behind that cooldown. Here they still have a lot of guys with high HP, so it's not done. They have the advantage in the HP, but the number of the guns peaks for Tornado at the moment. It's gonna go to the last second. Stefan and Alpha playing on one shot. Stefan having a broken Amorek with 50p. That's not a situation where you want to be. Vale is pressing Nuclear. Nuclear has a broken Amorek, so Vale does have an advantage there. He needs to win it really fast so he can help and kill Mercy Vredina from the back then.
Only 2k HP advantage at the moment, 3k even to Fame. It won't hold forever. They need to keep on the pressure. Shout for Fame in the chat. You want them to win. Let them hear you. They're doing it for you right now in Moscow against Tornado. There couldn't be a better place to do it. Let them hear you.
Nice nuclear falls here from Barry's shot in the back. I think actually Fame has it. The clips were used on the hill. Those 50Bs cannot do anything more. There are two guys down now from the Tornado. If they get pinched, Aggressive and Mercy Vredina are surrounded. There is a flanking maneuver by Alpha and Failure now.
Right now Alpha misses the shot, trying to finish off the Super Conqueror. They need to make these connections. There's only 3 tanks left from Tornado and they're running out of HP.
50Bs will try to help them to the hill. Aggressive, they managed to defeat Aleph from the back. But there are the tanks coming to the cap for each case here. That's it, man. Fame will have it. I think they will do it.
They're doing it. Tornado just down to 2 vehicles. And there are 6 tanks left from Fame right now. They have the cap. They have the defense of their own cap.
Aggressive.
And they're brawling on the hill.
Oh my God.
That is going to be it. Alpha going to try and finish off this 277.
Yes.
Seal this
Push
game.
him against the wall, man. Push him against the wall.
Yes!
Yes!
Only 1 tank
second
remaining.
better.
It's positive. There could be no one else remaining from Tornado on just 20 HP in his 50B. Coming down from the hill, he has to reset. There's 2 guys in the cap. They spotted him out. They're going to be pre-aiming this location. He's going to have no opportunity.
Listen to those sirens. That is the sound of Europe winning this tournament.
Europe taking home the victory against Russians in Moscow. Here in a tiebreaker, you couldn't get it any closer, but your guys have brought it all the way
3,
home, finishing us off with a cap.
2,
1, 0.
Happy New Year,
Best
boys!
Woo!
Yes!
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 And you can see how happy the guys are. They're standing up, they're cheering, hugging. This is it, guys. Blood, sweat, and tears have gone into this victory for Fame. 5-4 against Tornado, taking it all the way and not a moment too soon. You couldn't ask for a closer match than this. Oh my God!
Get a grip of it, Niall. Get a grip of it. You're gonna die of a heart attack in only 20 years or so.
Here. I could not believe it as I was seeing it. Never mind predicting it ahead of time. Who could imagine that it would go all the way to a tiebreaker with Europe coming out on top? Now getting the opportunity to go across, shake hands with the Tornado guys. They gave it their all. You can take nothing away from them, but Fame was just better.
This was an amazing match to watch, and it was down to the last second. HP negligent, number of tanks negligent. It just ended how it should be at the end. The best team brawling to the last millisecond for every ounce of blood and metal there, man.
Straighten up my jacket, pull myself together again. That was it! 7 years! 7 years I've waited for this, and they've finally done it. Yes!
Put it all out, man. Pull it all out. Okay, Niall was in situation to get beaten by the Russian more than once. Actually, everyone, me included, and all the guys on that stage. So this is something like, oh yes, finally, man!
Oh, so here we go, guys. Finally, Royds is going to be able to, or Fame from the Royds clan is going to be able to walk out onto the stage. You can see the trophy they've won there and the prize money that goes with it. But never mind all of the fame and prestige that goes along with beating the Russians in Moscow 15v15. That's the Tornado guys. We have to give them a hand. They gave it their all. They gave 110% here as well, but they couldn't overcome the dedication that Royds and Fame have put in together.
That was a big fight, man. Not everyone is happy, but there is no desperation because all of these guys gave their best they can.
So there we have it, guys. I can't even speak anymore. Neville's out for the Tornado guys. They gave it 100%. They deserve everything there.
but you can't say that they deserve to beat this team today. Fame just
It's a close
edging
game.
it
It
out.
even lost. It looked like it was lost. It looked like it was lost, but still, Fame actually managed to pull it through.
Just wow.
Monty is
sum it
very
up in one
emotional.
word,
He even took
just
that medal
wow.
off, man.
Wow. So here we have it, guys. They'll be coming out any moment now. Let them know what you think in chat at home. Let them know what you think of their victory. Here they are!
Let's go, boys, 5!
And we have Insane and Zap, the tacticians in the team, getting ready to lift the trophy live from Moscow at Wargaming Fest.
Here you have the Frenchy Baguette in the first line, Insane the Mind, the leader, Zafar, the Eastern connection from Russia, brought lately
Here
by
we
Fame
go.
to stabilize the team, play the artists and give the inputs that team always needed. Valev right behind them, and the guy leading the clan from the Shades, let's say it, like a stable anchor point. Kamil, one of the best players on EU server, one of the best players from Oops formerly.
So here we have it, guys. Finally, the moment that we have all been watching and waiting for. Everyone
Take it,
getting the
boys.
hand on the trophy.
Take it away!
And there we go! You could not be happier right now for the Fame team. Let them bask in it.
Золотые медали в ваших руках, поэтому надевайте их, пожалуйста, для шеи, которые не выспавшиеся шеи, я бы так сказал, потому что мы видели, как вы волновались, через что вы проходили, через какие эмоции. Вам, молодой человек, вообще можно позавидовать, она вообще вот в таком состоянии, ты понимаешь, что там творится.
It's almost like the song, man. Through the gates of hell, as we may go no vacant heaven.
Prima Victoria! And through the gates of hell they marched all the way through that tornado lineup. You couldn't pick a stronger enemy. You literally couldn't.
Your singing is beautiful.
Thank
The
you very much.
celebration
My
is
mom
beautiful.
told me.
And now your voice is gone.
I know it is, and I don't care.
We're very happy for you guys to be able to experience it. I think the crowd is a little bit disappointed.
Just a little bit, a little tiny bit.
I don't think we really
There
care
is
about
a
the
really
crowd right
small
now.
aisle here of European worshippers.
Oh, there is. Okay, that's
Yes,
good.
2 of us.
And here too. And here too. We have a few
Another small aisle.
backing you up.
Yeah, so what an amazing match. Those tears
That was amazing.
They didn't come from the makeup, tears of emotions, tears of joy. That was brilliant to watch and so down to the wire. We could literally not have asked for anything better at this point.
That was so great.
Amazing.
Absolutely fantastic. I can still hear the screaming on the stage. Is it still going on?
Never mind, just leave it on. It's amazing.
I can hear
Yeah,
the
that's
stuff.
exactly
Do you know
what I feel.
These are the moments where I'm always nervous. Can the guys at home hear this anymore? Because there's a good chance that they hear nothing but us talking, and we can hear this like guy hyping in the background, and then we just sound like we're hyping nothing. But that was an esports tournament for the ages, as Niall said at Mojo. My God.
Yeah,
7 years.
having the tiebreaker as well, making it so close, and even in the last round, it looked like Tornado had already picked up the win, but they famed and managed to turn it around. Like, literally, it came down to the wire. This is literally one of the best matches we've seen ever. So it's just so great. I don't even know how to put it into words.
I wonder if anyone in the world was more excited than Niall, even the players. I think he was more excited than them. We're gonna
Niall
find
is
out in the
flying
chat.
out of his suit.
He was literally.
Well, it's his boys. He's played with them for ages as
Yeah.
well. I did so too, and now finally overcoming this obstacle and finally winning here.
What I really like
amazing.
as well is Niall's support for them is complete genuine. He could have been there like as one of the players, but instead he's here casting, and we thank him for that. It was a beautiful job, really, guys. You did
Yeah,
fantastic.
awesome. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You could have been on the stage yourself, being in them, but you're so proud that they did it even without you, and that's so cool to see. See the support between you guys. Like you could have been there as well. Like if you wanted to and you tried and you got in the team, but you're like. Still happy that they did it. It's so cool to see that. You're not jealous that, I could have been there, not a little bit?
Well, of course I'm a bit jealous, but I mean, it's just, I'm happy for them, you know?
Yeah.
I'm happy for them that they managed to do it, because I know how much they value that victory, because it's not only Reutz top 1 EU, now it's Reutz top 1 worldwide. And that is
okay.
the big title.
So we have to discuss this. Roids, Fame, Roid. The chat is going mental. It's meant to be Roids, it's meant to be Fame. What's the difference between Roid and
Well,
Fame?
basically, you had Fame, the old clan, the original clan with all the World of WGL players.
Yep.
And then the clan disbanded.
Oh.
And most of the players left to the new clan, which was Roids. And now they kind of asked to change it back again to Fame, because Fame is the big name that everybody knows, and Fame is, it's just everybody feels better when they play. Yeah, exactly. When they play for Fame. Yeah, so they kind of changed it back again, but basically it's the same team. It's almost the same players.
Cool. So that's why everyone's too confused.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll admit I actually knew this story, but I just wanted Mylan to say it. His voice is smoother.
So I think that some celebrations are in order for tonight.
Sabaton, isn't it? Right, we're going to listen to Sabaton, and that's going to be the absolute celebration for tonight. But they're not on for a bit, so what do we do between now and then? We can either talk about what's going to happen to World of Tanks. I'm not sure we're still in the mood for that, but there was still some things we could talk about. Or we could watch some best replays of the week.
Well, if you ask me, I'm all in for best replays of the week. I mean, we just had some really awesome matches, so why not follow it up with some
All right, so
matches?
Let's turn the scenario around. Let's go from the pro players, the guys who could dedicate the time to master the game, and go to a little bit towards the casual side, although I believe some of our winners, the Animal is #1 in the list. More casual. The guys are at home. You guys can enter Best Replays of the Week, as you know, and you can submit your replays to say, hey, this was my best game. It doesn't have to be the best statistically, but it has to be the best energy-wise. So we have gone through Season 8 and let you guys vote what the Best Replay of the Week was. In Season 7 and before, we always picked ourselves and said, this was the Best Replays of the Week. But this time we said, no, you guys get to decide. And you did, and you voted upon 5 of our episodes. So we have up to 5 episodes to show you, and we want you to say which one is the best, okay? So that's the job. It's nice and easy. Which is the best of the year? So the 5 best as selected by you, unless Sabaton comes on stage and then we're interrupting it because you can always watch it on YouTube. So, rolling #1 from episode 80, Best Replays of the Week.
And for the last replay of the episode, we have everyone's favorite exhibit at Fame Zoo, Shish the Animal. The map is Ensk, and the tank of choice is the Tier 9 M46 Patton. Mobile, hard-hitting, and with good DPM, it's perfect for ambushing enemy tanks. So let's see what Shish will do with it. If you're faster than your enemies, this opening position is perfect to get some early damage in. Looks like their Senti had the same idea, but isn't as quick to the trigger. Shish releases the animal and does 1,500 damage with none in return. A mark of an excellent player is being map aware and 1 step ahead of where you're needed. Make that 2k without damage. The honor of the first penetrating hit goes to this soon-to-be demised Tier 7 Leo as our hero saves this IS-3 in distress. But first, pop goes the tiger. With a 5-tank difference, the only option is to take the limiter off and go full divide. First on the chopping block is the RU. Now the Tiger P, but it's not alone. The AMX-65T tries a flanking maneuver. The way to counter that is expertly shown by Shish. Charge 1 target and remove it from play. AMX next. Superior DPM means only 1 shot is taken in return. And hey, this also provided some nice cover against these 2 potential badasses coming in. It doesn't start well, with the T-44 panning its opening shot. But 440 damage? Remember the IS-3 Shish saved? He's back, baby, and better than ever, giving enough breathing space for Shish to be effective. Keeping an eye on the minimap warns Shish of the approaching T-34 from the north side. Gotta help that waffle. Scrap that. Shish bravely retreats, letting the Reds have their dessert. Okay, time to let the battle breathe for a second. Maybe they'll split up. What? It's as good as planned as any. The time is right, and click. The T-34 is no more. But that T-28 is going straight for IS-3. No! Revenge is swift, but now it's 1v3. And again, one husk of an enemy, and one perfect cover. So make that 1v2. The Waffle backs off, so it's probably best to find the other TD and eliminate it first. Having a maxed out view range has its advantages, namely spotting enemies way before they spot you, unprepared and uninstalling 1v1. A showdown is about to begin. Sheesh wants this hoedown and hunts the Waffenträger, but is spotted first? What? Well, if it's camping in the corner, that's not a good fight to take, so capping whilst there's still time seems good. A quick shot to make sure the TD isn't on its way and it's safe to cap. There, let's do this. The enemy has an HP advantage, but our hero has loaded HE and intends to use them accordingly. As the first shot connects, it's obvious that it's the enemy that needs to make a play to win this. Finally, the Waffle loses its nerves and breaks cover to try and get some sort of angle, but it's not going to work. You can zig, you can zag, but at the end of the day, I'm raising that flag. Great game by Sheesh, showing incredible knowledge and composure to bring back a game that was on the brink of defeat. Even the red T-28's decent game couldn't fight off Sheesh the Animal, who got 11 kills, 9k damage and 2k base XP with a huge profit. Absurd. Keeping teammates alive, being in constant combat and playing like a beast definitely makes Sheesh our top god of the week.
That was episode 80, and the amount of puns I managed to make in that one was ridiculous. Oh, my favourite moment, okay, you can tell me yours, my favourite moment was actually where he fires. At the end, you guys, I mentioned it in the video, but he fires when he's in the cap. Oh, apparently I was muted. Oops. Sorry. I'll start again. That was episode 80 from Best Replays of the Week, and I can't believe how many animal puns I managed to make during that episode. But my favourite moment in all of it, and you guys can give me your favourite bit next, is when he fires in the cap zone. So he's unspotted, and maybe you don't know this trick, but if you fire, you raise your visibility. And because he had the HP and stuff like that, he wanted to know, should I cap, should I not, what should I do now? So he fires just to see, hey, am I spotted? And that would be enough information to know, okay, I need to move right.
It's actually kind of funny and really well fitting that it's actually Sheesh, because he's one of the original members of the Fame team before. He left the clan now and joined some other clan, but that was just nice to
Ironic,
see.
wasn't it?
And everybody knows him, I guess, so you picked that replay really well.
The chat definitely responded. What's your favorite moment?
I lost focus of the video when you said release the animal. And from then it went downhill.
So that was it, release the animal.
What I really would like to highlight is how he played in synergy with that IS-3.
Yes.
So first he saves him, and then the IS-3 saves his back again when he was fighting the TDs and the enemy spawn.
Exactly. I keep telling people who say, like, oh, how do I raise my win rate? I've got a good WN8 and all that sort of stats, but I have like a 47% win rate. And it's like, those don't go together. Oh, the game's just random. It's like, no, you've got to work with the team. You got to do early damage or make an impact early, right? Whether that be spotting or whatever. And you got to help the right teammates. The right teammates, like the IS-3 in that last replay.
Yeah, I mean, team play always very important, and Sheesh once again highlighting its importance here. And it's always nice to see when random players in a random match find together somehow, and that's just that humanity taking something and giving it back. It's just beautiful to watch.
I mean, it's hard to coordinate when you are a pro team and everyone is communicating and putting themselves together. Figure out really when you have all random people.
Yeah.
Just casually thrown in.
Yeah, there is no TeamSpeak, no voice communication between those two guys, just the actions on the battlefield.
Yeah,
and
exactly. There's no like follow me, nothing like that. It was just like, all right, I got you. They were on the same beat, you know. The rhythm was there, and it made such a difference. It really couldn't have been done without it.
Actually, another thing that I would like to focus on, that the pattern at the M46, the tank he played, is more of a tank for hilly positions or hilly terrain, because on this map, Ensk, one of the city maps, it's very flat, and he played like most of the game even in the city on flat ground. So managing to pull off such a great result on this map is actually astonishing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was one of the more astonishing replays we had. Well, there was a bit of a gap between episode 79 and 80. Okay, a little bit of a gap. So we did have the chance to collect really good replays. So episode 80 was quite strong, and that replay was outstanding. I mean, 2k base XP is rare enough as itself, but when it's like constant high skill. Everything is just super good, and you can learn from it. Like there was lots of little moments that you can learn from.
Well, it's not only the 2k basic speed, it's also outstanding. I mean, you can do all sorts of damage, you can collect all sorts of HP, but you're not gonna win if you're not gonna kill the enemy tank. So him picking up 11 kills, and that rewarding or getting him the Pools medal, I think it's for 10 kills. Also one of the rarest medals in the game. I think there's also one for 14 kills, 14 and 15 kills.
I've never got more than like 5 kills in a game. I think that's my best.
You basically wiped out 2/3 of the team.
Yeah, so picking up a Pools medal, always a great achievement, and yeah, sheesh, GG, well done. Well played, showing the origins there.
So was that the best replay? You'll find out there's more coming, 4 more, episodes 81 all the way to 85. So make sure you're telling us if that was good. And in the next video, tell us if you think it's better or worse. It's the only way we're going to be able to do it. So we're going to say like, okay, episode 180 was better, sheesh, or the new episode. So we're going to find out. However, I don't want to introduce it. We have 2 other people here who could introduce this episode. So I want you to try and copy my intro of Best Replays of the Week. Do you know how it goes?
Hey guys, my name is Luke Neller, and this is Best Replays of the Week.
It has to be Best Replays of the Week. It has to be like that. Best Replays of the Week. Can you do it?
Best Replays of the Week.
Good enough. Look at the camera, say this is episode 81, and it's Best Replays of the Week.
This is episode 81. My name is Luke Neller, and this is Best Replays of the Week.
Beautiful.
Good enough.
Next up, it is Asus Christ on his quest to 3-mark the T-44-100, a well-rounded and quite enjoyable Soviet medium tank. The map is Glacier, and we all know how important the middle is from last week, so I wouldn't be surprised if Asus Christ heads straight there. But this challenger has other ideas. Fine, F6 is good too, as the damage tally starts. An enemy scout makes the fatal mistake of shooting. Whoops. What the? A red T-44 charges in like a crazed madman, swinging wildly, but does a grand total of 0 damage. This KV-85 explains it. That T-44 must have stolen its W key, which is why it only seems to reverse. Rule 8 of my What Survival Guide. Look around. There's an IS-6 in the open, ready for deconstruction. Your wish is my command. And another one? What was rule 10 again? Yes, don't do what your dead teammates just did. Buy my book, A44. But where's the team? Sitrep, 3 and a bit minutes in, yet Asus Christ stands alone in the middle. Only a handful of base defenders remain. What on earth happened? An easy shot on the IKV. Aww, come on, that... A full reverse bloom shot hits. That's what, baby? As the IKV falls, the situation becomes painfully clear. Asus Christ has the undivided attention of the entire red team. Just witnessed the birth of a movie star. It's not over yet, but getting rid of those arties would be nice. There's one, Our hero is polite in returning this HE shell it accidentally dropped. What a neat trick. Spotting the Oni and then reversing out of view range ensures Asus Christ is not spotted at all. At least try to fight back, Oni. Even though the battle has gone from terrible to actually winnable, our natural-born leader communicates their plan. The T-150 spotted from near 400 meters away stood no chance. Still, can't get overconfident. One mistake and this will be an Arty versus Arty that could go either way. There it is! And victory! Oh, I'm stressed just by watching that. How Asus Christ managed to stay calm, avoid all those Arty shells, and turn this around is beyond me. A well-deserved Top Gun of the Week, honouring 11 kills and 7.6k damage. Congratulations.
All right, Asus Christ from 81. Hard map to play. I actually find that one quite difficult to be effective. Movie star manages to luck out on the hard shots and miss the easy ones. So that was my favorite part of that one. The amount of Arty shells he dodged. You know, Arty could go nuts on him, still managed to dodge him, still got the win.
Yeah, well, obviously, what's the map called? I think it's Glacier.
Glacier.
Right?
Glacier.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Glacier is the map you want to play in the middle, this huge frozen lake, and then you have this broken tank, or it's actually a shipwreck in the north. And he did a really important job for his team, so he managed to play the middle and spot the entire enemy team, like keep them spotted. He lit up a scout in the beginning, so took the vision away from the enemy team, and so he basically just was the anchor of the team. You know, the team was kind of playing around him. He was delivering the spots for the Arty. At the
Even
same time
CDs.
and at the same time he was dodging the enemy already. So good job there by him. And
taking the focus away from your teammates by taking the Arty and not dying is a great thing to do.
Yeah.
Your favorite part?
You have a meme fixation, don't you?
Yep.
I love that. There's like some moments that I just...
I like the quirks of the game. What can I say? It's like the bits that make World of Tanks fun is the bits that can be frustrating if you let it be frustrating. But sometimes I think it's funny. Other games, this is their famous point. You know, if it's 99%, you're gonna miss. This is the same. It's just part of computer games, and I love it. One thing I need though from the audience. Where are you? You're there. You're there. You're there. You're there. You're there. You're there. Okay. Was it better or worse than our first replay? We need that in the chat right now, and I have to answer an important question while you do it. So answer 1 or 2 or 80 or 81. It's the same. Rita is in the chat and she said a good point. Why are we not interviewing the players? Because have you ever been interviewed after you've just won? It's not a good experience. They're with their teammates. They want to be with them. They're celebrating. They want to go out and get pished, as the commenter said.
I think for how happy they are, they will probably lift us and, you know, like, guys, what do you think?
And can they really add anything other than what Niall did anyway?
If any of the Fame players were to come here, I guess we would just cry tears together, or tears of joy, and we would not be able to speak anyway. So I guess it's all right. I'm not having a drink.
There's nothing more to say. So that answers that question, right? So we're going to move on. We're going to do the next one. Sabaton's getting ready. We're hoping that they're there soon. So stick around for that if that's your cup of tea. If not, we're going to keep watching. But this time, there's a certain lovely lady who's going to introduce. Can you practice? Best replays of the week. Can you do it? To camera. 82. You are. It's your turn. The spotlight is on you.
Hello guys and welcome.
You can do it in your own tone of voice.
No, but I thought from your tone of voice on the video, I thought that you were such a buffier guy, and like it sounded deeper. And then I saw you, and I'm like, really?
Deeper? Are you kidding me? I think 99% of the comments in my videos is, why is he so squeaky? You know?
Yeah, but I'm Italian, and...
Okay, okay. That explains
Do you
that
want
then.
to take over? Or go? Come on, try again. You can do that.
Okay, I can do this. I can do this.
You can do this, we believe.
I can look for 5 minutes. Okay. Hello guys, this is Luke Neller, and this is Best Replays of the Week. No.
Yeah.
Roll video.
Cheese.
We have Senor Tavai in his T100 LT showing off his light tank skills. It might look like a tank squashed under a hydraulic press, but the T100 LT is a very capable scout. Stealthy, fast, and very deadly. The map is Province, stunningly beautiful, but a little bit intense in my opinion. Right from the start, Tavai intends to play aggressively, pushing right up into the enemy. Knocking this tree over is the best way to find out if any enemy scouts are paying attention. No? Okay then. Shots? No. Get up that hill, Senor Tavai. This FV4005 is just too tempting. But this bush is still wrong. Bingo! Here we are. Here comes the bombardment as the area is lit up like a bonfire. Good night, Object 907. Nearly 5k in spotting before the T100 spooks Senor Tavai into clicking. Surprisingly, Sixth Sense didn't go off. What the heck? Don't do it, Senor. I know it's tempting, but you're a scout, damn it! My heart skips a beat, but our hero's not spotted again! That T100 at last finds our hero, but Senor Tavai unleashes the fury. The enemy scout realizes the inevitable and legs it, and Senor knows not to chase. Resume scouting duties. And by scouting, I mean unseen constant damage dealing. That had to be too close. And it was, but even so, the T100's low profile makes it such a hard target to hit. The death of an ally springs a handbrake turn. Those must be the last red TDs. Got to be careful. You know what? That bush was a really nice spot. Coward! This position has exhausted its usefulness, but look at those numbers. 15,000 damage combined. After some maneuvering, Tavai finds a full HP Jagdpanzer E100. Yeek! Things can turn around in a heartbeat. Surrounded on all sides. Run, Tavai, run! It's not the falling that gets you, it's the sudden stopping. That should count as Senor Tavai's damage too. One loop through the base to throw off the enemies and back to scouting. Navigating around the houses to stay unspotted means this badger is not aware of its doom until the very last moment. Cornered, the Jagdpanther stands no chance. Intense, no one can hear you scream. To round it all off, the arty. And that's game. And what a game. Senor Tavai displayed some of the best scouting we have ever seen. Even with 12.7k assistant damage, Senor Tavai also tops direct damage dealt. Yeah, absolutely my Scout of the Week.
We can't talk much because I hear rumbling, and that means it's time for the closing ceremony, so get out there and we're going to see something absolutely epic. So to the end of WG Fest. enough. That was the ending ceremony. I believe there's something more going on very, very soon, actually. I don't believe that's the complete ending ceremony. I'm suspicious. But
now we're going to see Fame dance for the
That's it. That's exactly it. Actually, I have to say that I saw more comments answering our last statement. They said, oh yeah, because no one's ever been interviewed after a match. Well, I don't think I've ever watched an exit interview from a match, but they didn't just go, yeah, well, I performed really well and he performed really well and it was a really good match and really tough and really respect each other, but at the end of the day, I was performing a little bit better than they were, and therefore it's the same speech every time. So if you really like those, I'm sorry, but we're letting them relax and watch Sabaton. But did you think episode 82 was better than episode 1 or 2? Letting us know in the chat, because we're going to roll onto our next one while we move over towards the stage, because it's getting closer to the big ending concert that you at home can watch. So I'll do this intro. I'll do it. Okay. This is WG Fest 2018. We're near the end of the night, and this is episode 84 of Best Replays of the Week, as voted by you.
Moving on to Mountain Pass, and our hero of the moment is Arkan Thor. T-44, no flashy side skirts, tough armor, or Soviet look. Just a good old Tier 8 Tech Tree medium tank. Just so happens to be the first one I ever unlocked. The usual south spawn spot for this map is perfect, if you believe no enemy will show up behind you. I love the opportunities this position gives. But no longer, as an AMX-30 arrives behind. Arkan Thor takes positions himself at the corner, counting enemy reloads and getting free shots into distracted enemies. That's some good peekaboo fighting. The score behind seems to be losing their battle, so Arkan Thor goes to give a hand, making their first mistake. Whoops, the red RT really wanted that kill, and our hero was caught in the crossfire. Sitrep. Eek. 7 versus 11 is not a great position to be in. At least all the greens are together, right? Saving the SCRV from the circle of death is a good start. But this position isn't safe, so getting a new firing angle is just the thing. Concentrated fire is a wonderful thing. Dense bushes provide the perfect cover for Arkan Thor, but also for the Reds. Yeah, 3 full HP Reds, who decided not to capture. Nice. But another shot followed by shooting without the double bush reveals Arkan Thor's position. A much better execution of the plan against the Tiger too. The Scorp gets tickled on the way past, but is that an AMX 5120 charging forward? One clip and this all could be over. A fighting withdrawal enables 2 shots into its turret, forcing an error and scaring it off. Ha! What a great play. But now there's no place to go. A Tiger 2 and AMX to the front, and a T-30 to the rear. Is this it? With no options left, Arkan Thor charges the T-30. It dings! The T-30 didn't expect its prey to be charging and fluffs its shot. Keeping calm and prioritizing targets allows Arkan Thor to remove another gun. And is the friendly T-71 capping? There might be a chance yet. Still no damage from that T-30. Wait, my first Tier 8 med. No premium ammo used yet, only cheap consumables, and has only taken accidental splash damage. Arkan is after my heart. Ho ho ho, and a fake! Give this player a medal. Or another one. A rush shot results in a tracking shot. There's no allies to capitalize, but the terrain is good. Same situation as before, so same plan. Just this time charging the Tiger. Time to put that HP pool to good use. All right, guys, I know exactly what was happening. There was a song going on that we're not allowed to broadcast, all right, because we can do Sabaton, but not those guys. The proper ending ceremony is about to begin. That's why everything's gone dark. I'm glad to be out here at last. So we cut short the best replays of the week. You can always watch it online. And we're going to take you to the stage right now. Say, enjoy the party, everyone. Go, watch that.
It's going to be so great.
Первые лампочки загорелись на небе.
They are the punks of their knees, balls of companies, never retreat. Living all day, always ahead, led by your dread. Always ahead, as the blitzkrieg rages on. Picking morale with the sound of blazing gun. Crossing the line of fire, crossing to hostile love and lead the way. Leading the way, leading the trail of destruction to a foreign nation. Wargaming position. Nazi assault in the sun of the Nazi. Their hearts right, no submission. Communications broken. Comes the far away, asserting their name, earning their fame. They are the punks of their knees, born to compete, never retreat. Living all day, always ahead, led by your dread. Hey, hey, hey! Viva Russia! Pushing from nightfall with a tremendous force. Reaching away quarter panzer. Crossing the line on fire. Passing through our skyline and clearing their way. Paving their fate. They were the Panzer Elite, all to compete, never retreat. Living or dead, always ahead, led by our friend. Panzer Elite, all to compete, never retreat. Living or dead, always ahead, led by our friend. Let's see your hands in the air! Hey! Hey! I stand alone in gates of the battlefield. Wasteland is all that's left after the fight. Searching, way to defeat my enemy. Bloodshed, I've seen enough of death and pain. I will run, they will hunt, in vain I will hide. They will searching, I will go, they will retreat. Let them soon quick grass. I will weep but never fight. That's the art of war. Hey! Hey! That's the art of war. The will to fight among the enemy. Force them to hunt me. We will play my game, play my rules. I will be close but still untouchable. No more will I see suffering and pain. They will fight, we are born. I'll be gone, I will have little mountain. They will kill without fight, or will run to be grass. I will win but never fight. That's the art of war. Hey! Hey! That's the art of war. Broken and lost, tired of war. They'll surrender to me. Caught in my trap, there's no way out. Fail, never again, never again. It's cheers in Russian.
Well, Sasiranich! Are you ready for Swedish pagans? Oh, 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 As a wise woman said, but you harder in battle, let's go, coming back. Fight on. Before the attack, the blood starts to boil in your For the faith of the way of the soul.
You know what? I think we should do a song about the samurai. Let's do Shiroyama!
Atero! Atero!
Наша славная Родина, его свобода, его независимость. Это пламенный людям. Вперед!
No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall never surrender.
Through the gates of hell, as it may cut away to heaven through the Nazi.
You know what, my friends? This is our first time at Wargaming Fest. And I hope it's not the last time we're here, because we were a little bit nervous before coming, because is this gonna be like a regular metal show, or is it gonna be strange? But I gotta tell you, it's been feeling really fucking good on stage tonight, so thank you guys. We're not done just yet. Considering that we like and play, and we're also some way a part of the game World of Tanks, we thought that there's one song that we really fucking have to play tonight. Because one, it's about Russian history. Something tells me you know what's coming now, right? And it's also about one of the largest tank battles in history. And you're absolutely right. It's Panzerkampf!
Into the motherland, the German army marched.
Thousands as far the eye
Suffered heavy losses, the tide of war was turned. Blaming the Germans, fighting on both fronts. Hunt them out of Russia, out of Soviet land. Reinforcing from line was the Axis to retreat. Sending all the reasons to cure the disease. Soldiers of the Union, they're on the citadel.
Oh, my friends, we are almost at the end of our show now. Which is sad in a way, but seriously guys, before we go anywhere, a big fucking thank you for the warm welcome. And a big thank you to Wargaming for having us here tonight. And I hope we will meet again very soon. Well, almost time to leave. I just want to say one more thing first, okay? One last thing.
A short man protects us, a man of the wild. Thrown into combat, the God is like fire. Hides his emotion, his blood's running cold. Yes, like it's meant to, this is story unfolds. Riot, how I riot. In the need, in glory, in war. Let it rest, coming like this. Crosses the whole land to you. No focus, sleep, and the hell's expecting. The dead, that's it, there's no debate. The judgment of time, moving to the back. Man of the 15, a man of the 2. Let's fall around it, let you go through. Let them fall face down, if they must die. Making it easier to say goodbye. Riot, how I riot. In the need, glory, in war. Let it rest, like this. Crosses the whole land to you. No focus, sleep, and what hurts is beating. The dead must wait, there's no debate. The judgment attack, only to hell and back. Oh, gather round me and listen while I speak. Oh, oh, the hell is 6 feet dead. And down along the shore, the cannons we roar. The mountains might creak, sleep there when I sleep. Russia, Moscow, Wargaming Fest. Спасибо! I hope we will meet again very soon, my friends. Thank you. Good night.
And that's it. That's the end of WG Fest 2018. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for following us.
And I guess we'll just see you next time, guys. Bye.